around 70 laps. Pit road speed 45 miles per hour.
All right, what's going on, everybody? I am Double D, and welcome to the Coca-Cola 600. Live streaming for the second time today. It was a thrilling, chaotic Indy 500 earlier today, and now we're streaming the Coca-Cola 600. So, excited for this race. So I'm going to put down my race prediction.
Seemed like the pace was a little bit closer, but the balance was off. So I have no doubt that if we get this thing driving good, we're going to have a shot at it being contested at the end.
Just how tough is this race? I know that corner you're in right now is really bumpy. Even under caution, it's really physical.
Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at the camera or not, but it's definitely...
Okay, so since he was able to make it on time for crashing earlier, Kyle Larson, I predict he's going to win tonight's race. He's probably fired up from wrecking earlier, and he doesn't want to go in tonight as a loser. So I'm feeling that's going to be some extra motivation for him. He's going to win the race. I'll go for the grid in a second. I'm going to upload Discord.
So difficult to put into words what it takes to be good in this race and the impact it has on everyone involved.
I know that's hard to believe that you lose that much weight, that many calories, you burn that many calories. It's absolutely true. Look at this list. The winners, Steve, that have won this race: 18 Hall of Famers, 19 Cup champions.
Well, that's the key. And the key to this grueling test is that's what makes it so rewarding when you're able to win the test, right? Is that everybody knows it's the local race, it's the longest race. Everybody wants to make it happen here in Charlotte.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the goodest day in motorsports with clips over Monaco, Indianapolis, and Charlotte.
This was that moment in the race where, I can't speak to the driver's Dale. Everybody talks about you're comfortable behind the wheel, but as a crew chief, I almost start to settle down as well, right? So many things, you practice, you test it, and now I'm on top of the pit box. I know what is ahead of us, right? We know the task ahead. Let's listen to the 45.
Take a moment to remember what this weekend and tomorrow is all about. Give thanks to the service members and their families, much like Sergeant McGee, that sacrificed everything for freedom. So the only reason we're able to do this. Yes, sir.
All right, I got the Discord set up. I think we should be getting started soon. Go through the...
It's a crown jewel race. We've got a sold-out crowd in
So
Charlotte.
I can't go for the grid. Apologize. But Chase Briscoe is starting on pole and first on the inside, and Kyle Larson, who competed in Indianapolis, second on the outside. 600 miles is underway here at Charlotte.
Briscoe gets the early jump on Larson as they come down the back straight.
So Briscoe has the lead as most of the group is 3 and 4 wide, but Larson going to make a charge on the outside of Chase Briscoe. Side wraps, and it looks like Larson's going to lead lap 1. First lap he's led today. And Briscoe kind of got free on the bottom, almost dragged Larson up to the wall, but here comes Byron with a massive run. Going to make it 3 wide. But Byron can't. Well, he kind of does hang it on to the bottom. And Byron's going to clear Larson and Chase Briscoe. So Byron's going to lead this lap. Already 3 different leaders in today's race. Wow. So we look at the top 10 right now. You got William Byron, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher, Connor Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gregson, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, and Ty Gibbs. Man, I like these on Amazon Prime graphics. The first five laps of this coverage is already better than Fox's entire season.
Ready running the wall already up at 3 and 4, trying to make time. Check again to the inside of Busher. Clears him down into turn 1, going to drive up the track, try to take the air away from the 17. He doesn't.
Rain should not be a factor today. Looked at radar and Google and stuff. Should not be a factor. We should get a full race in tonight, I believe.
I love the simple thing.
Who was that that hit the wall? I think that might have been
Have those
Reddick, maybe? I don't know.
There's no way you're going to run this sort of distance without making mistakes. You got to have that calming voice. A driver is in the boat by himself. Don't make him feel that way. Be on the radio. Let him know you're supporting. Let him know you're here on board with Christopher Bell. Big run. What's he going to do with it?
See Bell trying to get a run on John Renewcheck and Chris Busher. In sixth place, trying to get fourth.
Down into 3 and clear off turn 4 before the 2 check back to the inside. What great racing between these two drivers.
That is some good racing so far. We're only on lap number 7.
Racetrack, the intermediates for Legacy Motor Club and Toyota, the onboard camera giving us a front row seat as Reddick flashes by in that outside lane.
Back to the lead here. Kyle Larson.
And here comes Larson trying to use that outside line to get past his teammate, William Byron.
Right on board with Larson here.
Larson has been good here, but just does not have the finishes to show it. But the 5's been dominant on mile and a half. He's won at Homestead. He's won at Kansas for mile and a half. He's trying to win number 4 here at Charlotte.
Dirty air behind that 24. He wants that clean air under his car, so he offsets the corner.
It just amazes me how quickly Kyle Larson gets acclimated to this stock car. I don't care if you jump into your wife's car at home. It takes you a little bit to figure out where the controls are, what you do.
Look at this. Larson's using the inside and Byron's on the outside. Teammates trying to use different lines to get the lead.
I've never seen any athlete with a shorter memory than Kyle
Larson's going to side drive Byron in the back straightaway. And he's going to slide job in the corner. And I believe he should clear Byron here. He does. Larson takes the lead back.
I love the energy of this race early.
It's such a good race. It's been one of the best races on the series for the last couple of years on the oval at Charlotte. This is wide, lots of grooves.
Byron's not going away, though. He's trying to get that draft right behind Kyle Larson to keep them together. These Gen 7 cars are so aero-dependent, excuse me.
Well, I mentioned the day that Kyle Larson has had, much was talked about for the double. And I talked about the acclimation from car to car, but for Kyle Larson, he started his day in Indianapolis, and unfortunately just didn't go as he wanted. Kind of got a bad air situation down on the bottom of the racetrack, spun around. Relatively hard contact with the back. You're going to jump on board of them right here. You see how quickly it comes around. It's just devastating. We heard him in the pre-race. He's disappointed with what could have been. That was his second attempt at the Indy 500. He can't shake his teammate, though. William Byron is giving him a miracle.
Yeah, Williams keeping you pretty busy as you watch the battle also back there for third.
Yeah, Larson's not getting that far away from Byron.
It's been incredible early. Starts 12, drives it up to third.
And Reddick is already in third. He's ripping the fence.
Showed good speed anywhere on the racetrack early.
But we talked about it.
2311's kind of been struggling this year. They have yet to get a win.
2311 has struggled lately. In fact, Reddick, 4 straight races outside the top 10. They need something good.
And Reddick's trying to break that.
In the right spot for Tyler Reddick. 6 starts here, average finish just inside the top 8, so he knows how to be consistent. He's only led like 53 laps, though. You would think he would be more dominant at these high-speed tracks. I had him circled as a question mark. So far, the answer to the question is fast. Good speed at this 45.
But if you wonder why we're disappointed in their performance, last year, regular season champion, went to the championship for. The bar is high for driver 45, no doubt. It's high for
All right, I guess we're going to commercial break real quick. I will be right back. All right, I am back. We actually got side by side. Wow. NASCAR on Fox would never.
You know, the Everett Motorsport Shop is only 2 miles from Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a true home game for HMS, and their drivers look good early.
Look at that. Reddick has already closed up on Byron and Larson.
18 laps, driver 5 on
Trying to get himself to the lead, but he's going to pass Byron first.
Well, look at what happened while we waited with 41 at Colt Custer.
Yeah, the air's dirty back there. We talked about how cars can get on the inside. That's Bubba Wallace to the inside of Cole. It's going to make Cole really tight off the corner, and he's going to get into the fence pretty hard there. Tyler Reddick as well, just a little bit of contact right here. That's a little bit harder than I'd like to see. Actually, that's Herbst.
Yeah, Riley Herbst in the 35, rookie driver from Las Vegas.
Well, the air back in the back of the field is so tough, and it's unpredictable where the driver in front of you is going to go. Sometimes you're just going to find yourself in bad air on corner exit, deep in the field. Talk about bad air. That's the challenge for Reddick right here. I believe he's faster than the 200 Chevrolets in front of him. He just moves one lane down, really, to make the downforce in these next-gen cars. If he is the center, basically 50% of the car, you want to gulp that air underneath the car, run it across the floor, and squeeze it underneath the diffuser. It vacuums the part of the track. There you go, offset down the racetrack.
There we go.
Overdrive the center, pick up the throttle.
Tyler Reddick's trying to use that inside to get past William Byron. Usually he has the outside, but Byron is taking his line away.
And what makes it even more impressive, the fact that he just got back from running in the Indianapolis 500, is that the preparation for this looks very different than other drivers. Quickly Cliff Daniels told me they are not in constant communication while Kyle's in Indy, but that is a normal thing for them. They do not talk throughout the week. Cliff told me when he's off racing sprint cars or any other series, he is very much on his own. Then Larson shows up for the cup race. Cliff gives him bullet points. They talk through everything. Then they go out and race. And that's very much the strength of their relationship, Trevor.
William Byron grew up here in Charlotte, North Carolina, got his first win at this racetrack last night in the Xfinity Series. Right now, we see him under attack on that 45, but he's been very quiet in the 24 car. Looking at that entry, though, he's getting beat just a little bit by the 5 and the 45 behind him. They're able to drive in just a little bit deeper. Kim.
As you see Tyler Reddick running in the 3rd position right now, just pretty happy with the race car. The main thing is balance migration is what
So your top 10 is Larson, Byron, Reddick, Briscoe, Busher, John Nemechek, Christopher Bell, Noah Gragson, Ty Gibbs, and AJ Allmendinger.
Not able to hold on to the lead after winning the pole today. Now slipping back to 5th on the running order right now. And we've talked about how Joe Gibbs Racing was so strong in the intermediate tracks last year, but this year
Alex Mullen's just outside the top 10 running 11.
That was a surprise to everyone at JGR. So they really focused, Trevor, on this 4-week stretch with 3 mile-and-a-half.
You got Chase Elliott, who has already moved up from. Where did he start at? I think he started 22nd, I believe. Yeah, Chase Elliott started somewhere in the top 30. He's trying to work his way up. He's already up to 15th. So a lot of spots gained for him. If only he can have a pit crew to salvage his finishes.
It's just like it sounds. You start tight and beats loose. You start loose and it beats tight. Now throw into a track that's going to change just as much. It's kind of like throwing a dartboard at a moving target, which can be very, very difficult.
Nothing's difficult trying to get a hold of this racetrack. Ryan Blaney has had his hands full. You can watch either camera. I watch the steering wheel. Watch right here, 2, 3, and 4. Big bumps right there at the top of the racetrack. I don't know how he kept that out of the wall, but you see how much speed he lost.
Ryan Blaney got into the wall by hitting the bump
1 and 2
on the track.
3 and 4. That old corner is just back. Lots of bumps, especially at the top of the racetrack. The center to the exit of that corner really rough.
I'm looking at this Penske running order. Austin Cindric 14th. Talk about Ryan Blaney back there 21st. Joey Logano 20th. And Josh Berry, who's with that group outside the top 20 as well. It's been a tough start to this race.
Tough start to the month. Let's remember, Team Penske, the same organization they ran in the Indianapolis 500. Big news story all week about the trouble they got in up there, some firings of the executives. I believe this is going to affect the Cup team. I know if I'm a crew chief in the Cup guys, right, as we're on board the 4th performance camera here, you know, I have no more mulligans. It was used in the Indy crowd. I hate to say it like that, and I don't expect anyone in this garage to cheat on purpose, but if you're close to every tolerance could be in trouble post race. We've seen that happen to people throughout the year. Marty, I just believe these crew chiefs, Team Penske, have to call this one a little close to the vest to make sure they're protected.
Steve, I would say in the IndyCar paddock world, the three people who were fired were largely viewed as untouchable lifetime Team Penske folks, including team president Tim Cindric, who is Austin Cindric's dad. And you got to wonder how it's going to affect him personally. Talked to Austin about that yesterday. He told me, honestly, for me, it's not a storyline because my job doesn't change. My job is to get the 2-car to victory lane, and nothing that happened this week changes that objective. So, Junior, that maybe happened to you, or something like that happened to someone very close to you. You still have to do your job behind the wheel, no matter what.
No question, this guy right here has some emotions around this. How does he try to, squish all that down and not let it affect his job? He has to come out here, try to put his foot down, be successful on the racetrack. He scored the fourth most points on 1.5 this season, behind the 3 other H&S drivers. I mean, that's relatively, he's having a career year in some aspects. Kind of focus on that, be proud of that, continue to try to build on that. Give them a reason to keep you as part of this program, right? That's what all these drivers are trying to do. That's what he's trying to do. Josh Berry's trying to do that. All these drivers that are kind of getting to really prove their worth, go out there and give them. Oh, look at that. Chase Elliott in a bad spot there behind that number 2.
Yeah, that's the prime onboard camera. He's trying to get around it, but you can see how dirty it is in the wake of the 2.
Take a little snapshot, we'll step back from the racing action and kind of focus on the top of the scoreboard over there. 31 laps to 100
Yeah,
laps.
Chase Elliott trying to use that top. Some of these drivers' tires have leveled off now since we're 30 laps in.
I don't think the patients are going to make all the way to lap 50.
Larson has the second lead on Byron.
Lap 43 or 45 people to come off pit road, I would expect the same thing.
Yeah, drivers are more spread out than they were the first 20 laps.
15 laps out.
NASCAR on Prime. We're just getting started tonight. It's the Coke 600. We got 4 more races streaming exclusively on Prime next Sunday evening. Going to Nashville. We got Mexico City on the board. The Irish Hills of Michigan. We'll pay a visit there. We wrap our coverage in Pocono just over a month.
When I use my Bosch Bulldog logo
All right.
number,
Another commercial break. I'll be right back.
when I can tell
Right, I am back. Now, Larson's still leading. I'm telling you, Larson's going to drop the hammer since he did not do well in Indianapolis today.
NASCAR on Drive live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's the Coca-Cola 600. Kyle Larson continues to lead, but while we were away, a little kiss for driver 5.
Yeah, down into turn 3, we talk about how bumpy it is. Look how loose, man, sideways into turn 3, up into the fence. Watch the hands on the steering wheel. What? Okay.
Oh, Larson kind of tapped the wall.
That's not a little kiss.
But that's normal for Larson. He'll brush it until he can't no more.
He thinks he's all right, but let's look at the lap time. Just about a tenth slower than Byron and Reddick behind him in the last couple of laps.
We have 362 laps to go. You know, we talk about the test of man and machine. Let's just keep it clean for a little bit.
He can recover.
Yeah, they always talk about how it's Larson versus himself. If he takes the car too much to the limit, that's his fault.
Nobody in the field's running now right now.
I feel like we should grade on a curve and I should go up to a C now, okay? Hey, look, bottom of your screen, racing for position. A couple of young drivers from the Toyota camp. Christopher Bell, 2042.
Juggernaut Check's running good so far in the top 10.
That's what I was talking about with the inside car being on the
Trying to get a good finish for
It's a real odd thing that happens with
Legacy Motor Club, and he just passed Bell on the outside. Oh, and he saved that car. That was about to be a spin right there. But you know, most of these race car drivers have great reflexes. He was able to keep that from crashing into the wall.
Yeah, no, it needs a great run tonight. He's got the speed to do it.
What do you have down there, Trevor? Pit stops. This is Austin Dillon on the pit lane.
Austin Dillon already on lap 41 is on the pit lane.
Four tires of fuel for this car, but he's just too tight up top, losing the nose, so they're going to get adjustments to get this thing better.
Josh Berry on pit road making stops here. They can easily make it to the end of stage 1 with green flag top here on the Coca-Cola 600. 59 to go in that stage. Berry's staying in the front end. A little bit too tight for him.
And we're going to see Ryan Blaney hit the leader.
Oh, Larson going for a spin. Can he keep it off the wall? He does. He brings out the caution. For the first time in the Coca-Cola 600, and the second time he's been in an accident today.
Luckily, the grass that was on the infield here on the inside of the front straightaway has been
I wonder if he. We noticed a lot of other drivers kept getting loose. I don't see a flat on him. I think he just got loose and just spun around.
pretty unscathed, Steve.
Pretty unscathed. Same thing. We saw the big save earlier that ended up in the wall some. Another big moment. Just gets loose. Kyle, do you see this?
Yeah, he just got loose, it looks like.
It down there. He wants to not back it in. Then he gets it straight. He loses it because he sees the grass, which is actually turf here in Charlotte. It's just loose.
It's so rough up there. You watch it bounce and you hit, bouncing around the hit.
Seen some cars in practice and qualifying also get loose in turn 4.
Top of that racetrack, and it just
Larson's one of them.
One thing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the ball field, the grass here in the middle isn't grass, it's turf. Great news for the 5. If this is grass, you can easily damage the underneath. You see right there in the back behind the rear tire, that's that carbon fiber diffuser.
Larson will be fine, though. He just went for a spin.
Diffuser flat, that happens when you spin. Let's listen to Kyle Larson.
So might be barely off. I obviously didn't hit anything there, but I did hit the wall at 3 pretty hard and not square. But yeah, just check it over, please. I'm sorry.
So toe barely off. Talking about the rear, I believe he's hit the car with the back.
Yeah, I mean, still got a long race to go. He can't be running on the edge like that. As I was talking about earlier, it's like Larson versus Machine.
10, 20, 30 thousandths of an inch is the type of adjustment they make on exactly where the rear tires are pointed. He feels that the right one has been bent a little bit. As I mentioned, the roof flap you see up right there, that's no big deal on the top of the car. They can reset that on the back of the diffuser, the flaps down. That's a safety measure. I don't see any other damage, but then again, the big speed of these race cars is what's underneath. I'm not sure we will know until we see this kind of rejoined and see what kind of pace the 5 has. But man, big day for Kyle Larson.
all of this happened as other cars were coming to pit road right kind of in the middle of the pit cycle. So that's going to kind of throw some of these guys into a tough hole to climb out of.
Two cars that made pit stops. The one Ross Chastain, 84 Jimmy Johnson, and Ryan Blaney at the 12, all pit lane when the caution came out.
And there were some drivers over down pit lane when the caution came out. I wonder who's going to be on the lead lap and who won't be.
And now once we get pit road open, everyone cycles around. I'm sure it's going to be busy.
Oh, it's going to be packed. Everybody's going to be on pit road. This is concern, right? 40 cars here. There's only a few on the lead lap. 32 on the lead lap, so it's going to be busy on pit road.
Right on board with the Cars.com camera. Kyle Larson will be carrying with us tonight.
I love all these partners that bring us these great views. BuiltSomeReads.com is going to give us a great look on the front bumper of Keselowski.
They're on lap 45 of stage 1, lap 100. That's the interesting thing about this race compared to all the others, because of how long it is. There's three stages instead of 2 stages. And every stage is on 100 laps.
Right here on board with Blanket. Ford Performance on board.
Pit road is open. Here they are, Trevor.
And you're going to see William Byron come down to get 4 tires. You feel like it took a little bit of time to adapt back to the Cup car on the exit. Just getting loose off the corner. Chris Buescher in the 17. He's got some 4 tires and air pressure here for adjustments, Kim.
As you see Tyler Redden, bottom left of your screen, he said, I'm a half number for you now. Maybe a number and a half if I push too hard. Richie Phillips got to say, we'll tighten you up. Marty.
Kim thanks to winning the pole. Chase Briscoe has pit stall number 1. We'll see if the 19 team can use it to their advantage. He said, overall, just too tight, and I don't have the confidence I need to have to be able to run well. A bit of a longer stop for the 19, and a Tyler gets away. Kyle Larson in front of you, Kim.
Kyle Larson before that spin said he could help lead some help.
Yeah, Byron won that race on pit road.
At the end of the stage. Well, obviously 2-3 there, got that spin. Now you're seeing the road crew that's over the wall. Before we went to this shot, it was the pit crew over the wall that changed the 4 tires. That went back over the wall. Now the road crew is out there checking on the car, making sure there's no structural damage and no damage on that suspension. You see the rear of that car where it kissed the wall and up under the hood. But Larson said it felt pretty good. He kept the tires up, so they were able not to lose a lap.
Busy day for Kyle Larson. Going to be a busy night for his team. Under caution for the first time leading this race. The 5 goes for a ride down the front straightaway. The restart when we come back. It's NASCAR on Run.
What's good, NASCAR fans? They say loving is racing and betting is better with DraftKings. From race winner to driver props and everything in between, the DraftKings Sportsbook is waving the green flag on all the action.
All right, so I think Byron won the race off pit road. I'm pretty sure everybody pitted.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator in NASCAR. And this week, DraftKings has an exclusive offer for racing.
Yeah, so we got Byron, Reddick, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, John Hunter Nemechek, Noah Gragson, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, AJ Allmendinger, and Chase Elliott is in 10th. See where Ross Chastain is. He started last. Did he work his way through the field? No, he's in 35th. Not a good race for him so far. He's back there with Blaney and Kyle Larson.
A diagnosis.
Blaney hit the wall earlier, so that's why he's back there.
Cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path is never set in stone. You charged ahead. So I would like with ATTRCM define you. You have the power of choice. Attruby is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTRCM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. People taking Attruby saw an impact on health-related quality of life and were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues, giving you more chances to do what you love with who you love. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, planning to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist if Attruby is right for you. It's time to get busy living.
The 3 for me, only at Chili's. Keeps getting even better with the all-new Big QP and all this for just $10.99. With 85% more beef, it makes a quarter-pound burger look tiny and, well, yeah, tiny. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
On my
Earlier today, Coca-Cola hosted a luncheon at Charlotte Motor Speedway to honor and recognize America's Gold Star.
So you got Michael McDowell, Alex Bowman, 11th and 12th, Cedric in 13th, Haley in 14th, Ricky Stenhouse in 15th. You got Kyle Busch in 20th.
Salutes together with Coca-Cola supports and recognizes active duty service members, veterans, military.
Wonder how Kyle Busch will he break that bad luck streak and win tonight? We'll see.
Coca-Cola partnered with NASCAR and Charlotte Motor Speedway to host a lunch to honor and recognize Gold Star families whose loved ones are featured on the windshield visors as part of the NASCAR 600 Miles of Remembrance. These families gave the ultimate sacrifice and exemplified the true meaning of Memorial Day.
Tonight we honor and remember on this Memorial Day weekend. Wrapping up our first caution, anticipating the green flag, William Byron took over the race lead when Larson had the spin, and they executed on pit road in the 24th.
Well, executed is the big point. Not everyone did. A couple penalties on pit road, the 6 of Brad Keselowski and vehicle interference, and the pole sitter, Chase Briscoe, so much made about track position starting up front, number 1 pit stall. Well, a little bit of a slow stop, which was gonna hurt. Right side looks pretty normal, but if you look, everything was good. Slow getting the round edge, but then on the back, he throws this right rear tire. You see it turn right out of the frame.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe got a loose wheel. That should be a penalty.
It used to be uncontrolled tire and all this, but if a tire gets away completely outside your pit box into what could be into a lane of traffic or could interfere in another crew, it's a penalty. Either way, both the 19 and the 6 tail of the field penalties.
But the good thing is, if you have a penalty now, it's a long night. So I have a long race to go.
Free pass under our first caution of the night goes to Jimmy Johnson, 4-time winner in the Coca-Cola 600. Front row for the restart. William Byron goes to the inside. Outside of him, Tyler Reddick, row 2. Busher and Bell, row 3. 2 young drivers have been so impressive. Nemechek and Gregson. With the green flag as we complete lap 49.
Go, pace cars in.
And the lights are back.
William Byron and Tyler Reddick. Byron signed until 2029.
Larson has lost the tire. I believe that come off the 5.
Uh-oh. Did Kyle Larson lose a tire?
Sorry about that. Pretty super with the car.
Oh,
66. Sorry. Get it?
not Kyle Larson.
Sorry about that.
Josh Malicki in the 6th.
Josh Malicki
There it is.
lost a tire. So they're going to hold him another lap.
So this right here will end up being a penalty, a midweek penalty, since the tire went onto the racing surface. There'll be some suspensions and some other issues. Some damage to the right rear. Great thing NASCAR saw it. Good thing to have another yellow. Get Josh Malicki up to speed.
Ken, let's get an update on Larson.
Yeah, we saw that road crew go over the wall, kind of diagnose what happened during that incident. Here's report from Cliff Daniels to his driver.
Nothing visibly bent, controlling, or otherwise. I would imagine it's like some of our more solid issues that we've had at Elm Center. Darlington, probably 2 weeks to show. Both front and rear, I would assume. There's nothing glaring body-wise that is an issue.
So no major damage for Larson, and the great news, there's still a lot of racing, and they can definitely make up those lost positions.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a fast car. We saw before the spin, the lap times are there, speed is there. And he just, they'll settle in. Long race. He wanted to make a show for us tonight.
I'm here for him.
Yeah, me too.
If you think about his situation, some of those drivers that had already made pit stops and lost track position, we talk about the penalty cars. We're going to have some really, really fast cars coming from the back on this restart. You know, someone to watch inside the top 10 as we get ready to go green. Denny Hamlin qualified 20th yesterday. Unsure what to expect out of the driver that won this race in 2022, but been able to work his way up to the top 10 for the restart.
I'm impressed with the Toyotas. We talked about Joe Gibbs Racing kind of struggled a little bit on the mile and a half. 23 left, not having the year they had hoped for. Currently, we have 3 Toyotas inside the top 5. Still early, but it's a good start.
Find your favorite driver in official NASCAR merchandise by searching Shop the Race in the Amazon shopping app. stuff there. And I see Carowinds, perhaps a field trip in the future for the boot guys, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Look at all the stuff we do.
Yeah, I see all the stuff I'm not going to do.
You can hold our shopping bags.
I will.
Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bill down in 3 and 4. Lights off the pace car. Drivers getting their tires cleaned up, ready for this restart. We'd love to see what Reddick does on the outside of William Byron.
Halfway through the stage.
All right. We're green now. No one's losing a wheel this time. Byron and Reddick side by side. We're back racing. Ty Gibbs trying to switch lanes at the top. Around 10th place, trying to make the move on the outside.
Right here, seeing the field spread out, get 3 wide in multiple rows.
He may be side by side with his teammate Hamlin there.
Chris Buescher up to second in that 17. In front of Reddick. He's thinking for more. Now Reddick goes high. Look at me.
Decent move by Gibbs there. And Byron's still going to maintain the lead.
Bill had to lift a little bit.
Reddick loses a spot to Buescher.
Coming off a couple of top 10 finishes, this team has a lot of confidence.
Everybody's mostly 2 and 3 wide further back.
Bill back to the inside though. Now need to check on the top of the racetrack. Side by side for 4th place. Side by side behind Bill. Braxton losing a spot to AJ Allmendinger possibly. AJ was fast in practice. He was second on 5, 10, and 15 lap average in that 16 car.
Just behind this group, look at that red, white, and blue car. Michael McDowell, 71.
Chase Elliott flirting with 11th and 12th. Back there with Alex Bowman.
With Hamlin, the white and burgundy number 11.
And he loses his spot to Stenhouse.
Look at our pylon, fastest lap of the race. The green stopwatch belongs to William Byron. That's our Xfinity fastest lap championship one at the end of the night. If you didn't want that.
And he just did it. This is a type of race that I can see that continuing to move as the track cools.
Yeah, track's going to get faster once it gets dark.
AJ Allmendinger trying to get another spot right here. Check out the back straightaway. He's going to lose another spot to the 4 Braxton, who pushes the 42 clear. AJ slides right in front of Braxton. Braxton to the outside. I love the way Noah drives, man. The wild man behind the wheel. A lot of fun to watch.
He drives like his personality, you know?
It's fun. AJ does too. He drives up in front of 4. Side by side, now Braxton to the inside. McDowell coming to get in some of this.
He's not sure. I was like, yeah, I might give this another lap before I jump up in and top the track right behind that 11 Denny Hamlin. Trying to find something to make this 11 car work for him.
He won't get inside on the 71.
Hamlin's now trying to pass McDowell on the outside.
You can talk about the strength of Hendrick Motorsports tonight. Look behind them, been quiet, but Alex Bowman is in the top 10.
Hamlin's going to remain side by side, and he'll complete the pass on McDowell.
Getting to the bottom here, 3 and 4. Gonna try to get on that line.
The thing about this race, since it's going to be going from day to night, your car is going to change completely. And you got 400 laps. You're going to have to be trying to adapt with the car the entire night and survive all the accidents that could happen.
We talk so much about communication. I would have this race circled as one that you would have to really work on it, be on top of it. But when you already have 2 trophies, I think you've proven the communication's great already.
Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, racing Connor Zillage right here, making his first 600 start.
Let's see what happened here.
Those two get into a little bit of an argument off the corner.
Jimmy Johnson kind of squeezed Connor Zillage back there.
They're having a picture together before the race. They'll probably get that one out of here somehow. Jimmy had a great qualifying effort, having not driven a mile and a half in a long time. Doesn't run this car hardly ever, maybe a few starts a year. Very impressive to go out there and lay down the lap he did. The team has improved, so we should see the results for this guy here when he gets behind the wheel improve as well.
Not just a driver tonight. He's an owner. He's a leader for some good young drivers. We talk about the success of Nemechek, Eric Jones, and another one. He's got a vision for the future. Making a successful race team at a Legacy Motor Club.
Struggling right now in the back of the field in 32nd. You see Blaney, all the cars that had to get the waiver around, the free pass actually, because of the caution coming out during the cycle. So a lot of good cars trapped back here in the back of the pack.
What's up, Marty? Great progress for Denny Hamlin. You guys were chatting about it a moment ago. He started 20th up to 7th.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson's running in 31st.
Does very well in the race. Normal practice is a struggle for that 11 team sometimes. But as we ride on board, Bill Jr., you and I have separate conversations with Denny about the same thing, and just how rough this Charlotte Motor Speedway is. In fact, he told me not even close. Charlotte is the roughest racetrack in terms of mile and a half. And he said what happens is his head will literally bucket between those two headrests you see. And he said you kind of lose your vision almost for a second. How tough is that for a driver for 600 miles?
Byron's still in the lead ahead of Chris Buescher by about less than a half a second.
Under caution as well. These cars just ride very rigidly. And
Reddick's still behind in third. Wonder if Larson gained anything.
Bouncing off of that headrest and slamming against it. There's railroad track style bumps off in the turn.
Larson's already up to 27th. So he's moving through the field along with Chase Briscoe.
Scan the QR code to save on gaming products by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of NASCAR. I didn't realize how bad those bumps were until we did that pace car ride yesterday. And it was real. And that was in a car that is comfortable on the road anywhere. We were really getting banged around out there. Nice perspective.
Yeah, I agree. It was a lot of fun and helpful for us to be able to get back out there and be reminded about some of the tricks and issues and character this track has. And it's really smooth through 1 and 2. Usually, if the bumps are bad in 3 and 4, you would go to the top of the racetrack to escape them. Well, they're worse up there. So I'm impressed by anyone who makes time at the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4. See a lot of drivers run the bottom in 3 and 4 because it's just a little bit smoother and there's a little bit of grip on that painted strip.
77 of Carson Hosevar, a little white car bottom of your screen. Had issues in qualifying, actually spun out in qualifying, didn't get to complete his qualifying lap. It's going to look very similar to Kyle Larson today in the race. Exact same location of the racetrack. He's actually going to spin down the road course as well, up the Roval. He started last on the field, plus 21 positions. We talked a lot about the personality of Noah Gregson. He reminds me a lot of Carson Hosevar, young driver. Big personality. A lot can be said about how he drives. And one thing that cannot be argued is he can push the pedal. Hosevar can find pace in the 77, improving it early.
Yeah, he was 4th in 5 lap, average 5th in 10, and 6th in 15. So good speed in this car. If this kid can just put it together tonight, continue to climb through the field, find himself in the top 10, he may have a great result. Ran good this race last year at times. Fun to watch.
This race is almost backwards for him. When you think about what we've seen so far this season, typically starts up front, fades late, been getting a lot of stage points. But you guys talk about it, the adversity yesterday in qualifying, driving through the field, and introducing himself.
So we're on lap 67.
Let's go to Kim.
Field's kind of spread out once again.
Speed in his qualifying effort, started the race 5th, currently running in the 6th position. And crew chief Trent Owens told me they were really confident about the long run speed yesterday. But he said that long run, it's going to be up in the upper groove the later in the race we go. So AJ needs to get comfortable there. Right now he's not. He said, I cannot move the friends at middle lane though. He said the deal's good, just a little tight traffic, Trevor.
Yeah, the 48 in the pits last time.
SVG's running 19th. Well, I haven't really even seen him in the top 20 at all.
And Blake Harris has been working hard to get this corner put together for Alex Bowman. He's fighting loose in, tight middle, loose off. The worst condition you can have as a driver, but moving forward still.
Trevor, how about the 2025 performance for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Hayek Motorsports? The single car team, as of right now, they're in the playoffs with about halfway to go here in the regular season. Spent some time with Stenhouse earlier this week, and he told me, honestly, this year we've done it really more by strategy, getting good finishes, executing. We need a little bit more speed. Looks like they might have that speed tonight, right now in the 12th position. But Steve, for a single car team in today's day and age, to be even in the playoff conversation, How impressive is that for IAC Motorsports?
Well, it's impressed. Remember, 2 cars for a long time, reduced down to 1. Adam, I think that's actually helped them. Focused on the 1, and we're seeing the improvement.
No doubt. Tonight, we race to remember every driver in the field carrying the name of one of our fallen heroes on the windshield banner of their car. It's 600 miles of remembrance on Memorial Day weekend.
This Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Robert M. Carr, United States Army.
Home Maintenance Technician, 2nd Class, Kenneth E. Clockfeld, United States Navy.
Specialist James A. Waters, United States Army.
Sergeant First Class Michelle Young, Arizona Army National Guard.
Honoring some of the service members right now.
United States Marine Corps. Specialist 4th Class Kevin McCrae, United States Army. We are forever grateful.
Jack Links presents the greatest duo.
Well, it looks like Buescher has fallen back and forth. Now Bell and Reddick are getting closer to William Byron. About 28 laps to go in stage 1.
There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. New Jack Links Duos.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
So, you like NASCAR but don't know who to root for? Here's some Toyota legends we get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Nemechek. New kid on the block. All gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamlin. Ever heard of Daytona? He's won it 3 times. No big deal. We have a lot of drivers. All legends. You pick. You in?
Looks like they're laughing in one of the cars, but they're one car really slow.
A conquistador of concrete from the start. Alex is so fast he does his taxes January 1st. He speed reads 2 novels before noon. He's Spanish with a French kiss on the first date. Alex has traveled the world. Here are his favorite places: Portland, Detroit, Monterey, Portland again, and rent-free with 32 drivers' heads. This is the front of his car, but if you race him, you'll just see the back. This is 3-time IndyCar champ Alex Blow. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick is close to gap. We're about to see a battle soon.
Stage 1, you're watching the Coca-Cola 600. It's NASCAR on Prime. Here's Tyler Reddick. He is really ready to make a move on race leader William Byron.
Reddick has continued to inch into Byron's lead, but right behind Reddick is Bell. I think it's a 3-car battle. Everybody's just trying to figure out if they can find some pace a little off the wall. You see Byron right on the wall, Junior. That's where the preferred line is, but the 45 figuring out that lower turn.
Impressive that Reddick's able to make any time running that much lower on the racetrack. He doesn't have a choice because he can't run in the tracks of the 24 car, so he's got to offset. But look at what he's on entry there. Drives the car deep into the corner, backs up the center, then tries to get again on corner exit.
Remember, you win a stage, you get a playoff point. These are 2 drivers that no doubt believe in the fall. They'll be running for a title. You want to get all you can. Huge opportunity here. Just over 20 to go.
He's chipping away at it, but he's also beating up the front tires a little bit. And the hope is, look at William Byron right there. Just calm, careful. He's just driving the car real nice and easy at the top of the racetrack. The 45 has to work the front tires, and over the course of several laps,
Yeah, Byron's just trying to run the car on the outside.
It'd be in a battle with Christopher Bell. We'll see how this works out.
But you don't want to get loose like Larson earlier.
He can get into the corner pretty deep.
Talk about winning a stage. William Byron has won stage 1 here in the Coke 600 the last 2 years.
Starting to get tight on that 45 car, slide back a little bit as Christopher Bell climbs into the picture now. Christopher Bell has to offset. 45 is far enough behind Byron. He can get to the top of the racetrack and use that lane.
I wanted to see how 2311 responded. Remember, dual ownership, Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin. You know, we see owners in sports all the time kind of call out their team looking for a little bit of improvement. And Denny Hamlin was the owner who decided it was time for the 2311 group. He said the 45 team needs to basically get a reset. Needs to get back to the basics. Not change a bunch of things, right? He's kind of calling them out publicly. Denny knows what this is like. Because remember, he is a race car driver. He knows what an owner can do to leverage both publicly and privately. I like this is Denny moving pieces on the chessboard. Right? He's probably said it enough privately. He's going to throw a little quote out there in the public then. We'll see if I can get their attention.
I don't know if Bubba Wallace has had the response he would have liked. It's been a tough start to the night for Riley Herbst. Message delivered loud and clear, though, to driver 45. Reddick looks good here tonight. 20 car closing fast behind him, Marty.
Yeah, 2 Toyotas in the top 3 here, Adam. And it's interesting for Christopher Bell, his longtime spotter, Stevie Reed, actually quit after the All-Star race. And yes, they won. He did not go to victory lane. So enter Matt Philpott, who has been a very long-time crew member in the garage area, worked for RCR, worked for Hendrick Motorsports. And Matt's goal was always to get to spotting in the Cup Series. That's what he wanted to do. He was friends with Christopher Bell, worked with Martin Truex Jr. in the Daytona 500 earlier this year, and he got the call. Now, Adam Stevens did tell me they're going to try it for a few weeks just to see how it goes, but they would love to keep him for the entire year. But Junior, for a championship contender like Christopher Bell to get used to a new spotter in the middle of the season, how tough is that job?
Matthew right there on the bottom left. I saw Matthew down on pit road, and he was picking on me, getting back to work. He said, "Are you ready to talk?"
Probably deserved it.
That's what he said. He goes, "You ready to talk?" And I looked at him. I said, "Do you have the pipes warmed up?" He goes, "Good point. Good point. Yeah, it was good. It was pretty lighthearted."
Look at Brad Keselowski right here. He is actually rebounded from that pit road penalty all the way up to 20th. We talked about the speed, 4th in 10 lap averages, 5th and 15 lap averages. And this guy needs good runs. He's 33rd in points coming into this race. If he's not in the top 32, he can't play in the bracket for the $1 million, Trevor. Yeah, that's right, Nell. And I talked with Jerry Mullins earlier today, and he said they've had top 15 speed every single weekend, and it's just been circumstances that take him out of it. Here again, he got that penalty where he crossed over the orange line into his pit box. So for these guys, it's just about putting together a race, and they've got to be clean from here.
And we need to highlight RFK. We talked about Chris Buescher, who's up there and having a great night inside the top 10. You mentioned the comeback for Brad after the penalty, but in between, Ryan Preece qualified 28th, and he too has a position inside the top 20, 17th right now. So the 60 showing some speed tonight, and they've been really good on these mile and a half.
And that in-season bracket, we've got, with Prime here 5 races, and this will seed that bracket as those drivers go through the next 5 races.
Yeah, they're showing that RFK has been struggling this year. They have been.
There are really no favorites in that. I mean,
Unless you're
circumstance, luck, bad luck, good luck.
Unless you're Hendrick, Team Penske, or Joe Gibbs Racing, your season's been good. But
Now 14 stage 1. Let's get an update from Kim.
you're not them? Your season's not been that good at all.
Had no power steering yesterday, so didn't take a lap of practice. And now Dylan, with a balance issue extremely tight. He is not happy with the changes that they took under the last stop. But listen to what he told his team.
No fire off speed, super tight, still tight. You want to get out on right front here, that's the wrong way.
So you heard him say, if you went down on right front air, that's the wrong way. Steve, how complicated does it make it when your driver is trying to crew chief from behind the wheel?
Well, complicated, but to be honest, you want to hear the feedback, but you ignore all the sarcasm. You have to take the emotion out. You have to appreciate that Kyle Busch is out there, swatting flies, battling everything he can do behind the wheel. I don't love it, but look, I took enough abuse from, I won't name names, drivers I worked with over my career.
Yeah.
And,
Byron has extended that gap back to Reddick, so whatever ground he was gaining, Reddick has lost.
Want to
to mention the 88 right there. SVG had really good pace in practice. He struggled on the ovals. We know he's dominant, good on the road courses. Had a hard time trying to learn the ovals, but he showed some good speed. 7th and 15 lap averages yesterday, and he's right here battling in the top 20. Give Brad everything he's got. Brad trying to take the line away, forcing SVG out of the gas, but so far I would say this is a really good night for that 88 team.
Hey, Shane Van Gisbergen, a talented driver, and his time is coming. And why do I say that? Because we got a run of road courses this summer, and we know he'll be stout, drifting a little bit right now. Here comes Ross Chastain, another driver that's done with adversity tonight, but flashing down to the inside of driver 88. This for 21st.
And a backup car. And a backup car with that number 1. Hit the wall in practice, destroyed the primary. Really, really fast before that. And I think they're finding the speed as this race goes on.
Now, look, I was hard on Kyle Busch on the radio. I guess I was looking for a little bit more smiles out of the guy who got a contract extension, right? Well, got an extension at Richard Childress Racing. And I think that's why I love kind of the drive and the determination, even though sometimes it can be a little rough. Speaking of contracts, they're getting handed out because Willie Byron got a long-term extension with Hendrick Motorsports. I love this signing, this extension. There's nothing I don't like about basically the trajectory of this young man's career. So, not shocked that Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, and the group walked that. The 600 race weekend is a big one, and actually the whole week's a big one for the whole industry. A lot of events, and a lot of parties, and a lot of celebration, and also some great announcements, always kind of reserved for this particular weekend.
I sent a text to my agent yesterday. I said, I don't know what's in the water, but if they have the time to strike, you know. Let's go down to Marty.
And it wasn't long ago that Ty Gibbs was fighting for the top 10 spot. Now he is way back in the 23rd position.
Got 8 laps to go now. Your top 10 is William Byron, Ty Reddick, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, John Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, and Chase Elliott in 10th. All the Hendrick cars besides Larson are in the top 10.
And Jeff Gordon, hey, it's the Coke 600. There's a long race tonight.
That was it. That was really it. Hey, here was basically my checkbox. I hear you. Monster Energy Encore giving us a great shot for kids. I hear you. I believe you. We talked about this. I am going to make changes when you come back, right? I just got to reaffirm, Dale, you're not up there by yourself. I believe what you're telling me. I'm going to work on it on the next pit stop.
I just feel like they need to work on his confidence. I mean, he's been beaten up, especially this year, 22nd or worse in all 4 1.5 races this year. Here we are at another 1.5. Had a great qualifying effort. The cars kind of faded as the races went on. And he doesn't sound like a driver who has the confidence to kind of dig it out. You know, when the car gets tight and things don't go well, it's like, here we are again, fighting the same things. And, they talk about it within the organization, trying to build a better foundation around him. This kid's never struggled at really any level of racing until the Cup Series. And we all know how tough the Cup Series can be. They're trying to put a good foundation around it and try to rebuild that team a little bit to at least give him the confidence.
You know, I just look at our top 15, 9 different organizations represented there. We talked about McDowell. He's 11th as we near the end of stage 1. Impressive night with the driver from Arizona.
Well, it looks like John Nemechek has caught up to Christopher Bell.
We popped Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Been so good.
Was third.
2-time Xfinity champ. And here's another one entering the party, 77, Carson Hocevar.
What a run by John Nemechek so far.
Nemechek's still hanging around, trying to take that spot.
Well, he's actually battling Buescher.
Trying to
Look at that. Byron, Reddick, and Bell are a second, 9 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Top 3 are pretty much in the blanket. The rest of them are pretty much not.
Here we are nearing the completion of stage 1. He's hanging around. Top 5.
And Buescher almost won right there. Easy for your car to get loose here in Charlotte.
So weird. So the 42 drives buried it in the 3 and killed all the speed down the front straightaway. And I think 17 just ran over again in the straightaway. Didn't even expect it.
You look at these 2 drivers, though, and Buescher wiggling again. 2 drivers that really need stage points. Capitalizing on a good starting position.
Reddick seems like he's closing on Byron. I don't think he's got enough. Oh, Bowman! Into the grass. And the caution's out. I think he spun the similar way Larson did earlier. Oh, he might have hit the wall. Car looks like the tolling's broken. Yeah, it does look like he's been to the wall. We'll have to see the replay.
Yeah, it looks a little askew. I kind of saw it in action. Already driving through the
I think that's pretty good. It's definitely calling out a toe link, I would say.
Okay, there you go. Toe link's busted. Toe link is basically the component in the suspension holding the car tires pointed in the right direction. Let's see.
It should end the stage. Let's see what happens to Bowman right here.
Same spot as the 5 right there. It's loose.
Yeah, I got loose and pounded the wall.
There's the bumps over there, dude, are so bad all the way to the exit of the corner. They're massive, especially further around the corner. That is a
Yeah, turn 4 has been the danger corner this weekend.
I said it after the Larson one. I'm saying it again to my driver. Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman have both already wrecked. We talk about how long it is. It sounds like a talking point. We are just getting to the 25% mark. I just reminded my driver, right? We had Ty Gibbs fired up on the radio. We had Kyle Busch fired up on the radio. I appreciate what you're doing out there, but please stick with me. We got a lot of racing to go.
And the other thing, too, is I tell him to stay on the bottom of 3 and 4. And I know, I mean, as this race goes, it gets cooler, speed picks up, travel, all the loads, everything. Going through those bumps, drivers are going to go through those bumps faster and faster and faster. Those bumps are going to get sharper and sharper and sharper as the night goes on. We're going to have more cars stepping out up there.
We'll take the one to go in the stage. This should end the stage, I think. Right out.
Yeah, I think we're clean to the end here. William Byron going to win another one. Be his 3rd straight win in stage 1 in the Coke 600. This relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt gets hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. And the free pass here, gonna go to Cody Ware. He's gonna get back on the lead lap here at Sharp. Looking at Byron, nice stage win for him. You know, he was the championship.
Yeah, so William Byron's going to win stage 1 due to caution
Larson
falling.
dominates, takes over the top spot. When you look at the regular season standings, Larson has trouble early tonight, still may recover.
So the top 10 getting points will be William Byron, Ty Reddick, Christopher Bell, John Hernimchik, AJ Allmendinger, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gregson, Chase Elliott, and Michael McDowell.
It's easy to get complacent, but William Byron keeps searching around, and he and Rudy Fugel, his crew chief, just had some interesting conversation. Take a listen.
So pretty much the first quarter of this race is done. 300 more laps to go.
So Rudy Fugel tells him you can use that wide open whenever you want. And before that, they talked about Darlington. Dale Jr., you've been there where you get back the throttle through 1 and 2, roll out a second time, and then go back to it. William Byron's one of the few cars I've seen be able to get wide open in the middle of 1 and 2. Yeah, he's rolling up there in that clean air. See the end of the stage.
It's official now for Byron, Reddick, Bell, Nemechek, Allmendinger complete the top 5. Buescher got points, so did Hamlin. Great effort from Noah Gregson, Chase Elliott, and Michael McDowell, the last car in the top 10. Under caution, stage 1 complete with a Coca-Cola 600.
All right. So notes to take from this race so far. Turn 4 has been the danger zone. We had more cars spin from that corner.
Every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
Man, commercials are kind of loud.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you set my pancakes?
Travel
Dale Jr. delivering pancakes. That's hilarious.
to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. You just need a better way to find it. Introducing Airbnb Experiences. Master Ramen, an award-winning chef.
Yeah, Larson's back in 31st. It's a long race to go, though.
Or see Notre Dame with her. She helped us get better. You just see it once. Experience.
This car may not be 100% after that.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is cool.
The Wi-Fi is booming like a IPO.
Green meat sausage! It's busted with Wi-Fi!
Well, everyone who knows I'm booming really soon is going to want to.
The Wi-Fi's booming!
Don't miss your chance to race you with $1 million.
Finals, are you ready?
The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back. Enter now to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at Phoenix Raceway, where you can take home $1 million.
The winner is contestant number 2.
The race for the million is on.
It's been amazing.
Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR.
Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more the creative type than the finance type. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Start designing. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Two of the boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on a seeing car as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamar. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
NASCAR on Prime Video is brought to you by Coca-Cola. The Chili's 3 for Me. And by Spectrum, a fast and reliable connection, making more things possible. Stage 1 complete in the Coca-Cola 600 aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive that moves you forward. Still, always, forever. An eventful opening stage. Kyle Larson starts on the front row with really good urban. He has a spin. He's not been able to do much with it since that time. Back in the 35th position, but still on the lead lap. Teammate Woody Byron at 67 laps gets the stage victory after 1/4 of the Coke 600.
1/4. Maybe look at the watches, right? It's starting to get a little bit later in the day. A little bit of an overcast day. Sun's starting to go down. Lights around. Charlotte Motor Speedway coming on. We're not in the dark yet. We're trending that way. And trending is the key, right? These adjustments have to be the right direction. And we saw last time.
Right, we should see pit stops soon.
Found their way back towards the front. Briscoe's still back at 26. Mike Keselowski target better than 19. Clean stops is what you're looking for here.
35 cars on the lead lap. Not a lot of room to work. Here they are, Trevor.
William Byron, our leader, coming down 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment. Really happy with that car, other than a little hitch getting loose on exit there. Kim?
You look top right, that's Tyler Reddick. He said, I wish I could tell you what I need. Maybe we stay here and see what the track does, so no major changes for the 45.
Byron Toy.
John Hunter really tight the middle stuff, but he did have more grip on that front end.
So is Reddick. I think Hunter Nemechek might have had a slow stop.
A little bit more turn in the 20 car, but he said, don't make a big adjustment because if we get out front, we will be hard to beat. His teammate Denny Hamlin gets a spot for Bell here on pit road.
Denny Hamlin +3 on that cyclist stop.
Elliott gained a position. He's an 8.
Track position is big.
Busher lost 4 positions. Worst loser on
Thanks
pit
so much,
road.
Double A. We have a great vantage point just above pit road. Carl Edwards, what stands out from stage 1, buddy?
All right, I'm embarrassed. I'm plain embarrassed because 104 laps into my back to NASCAR experience, I was wrong. I thought these cars were simpler, easier to drive. It was harder in my day. Guys, the guys in the booth have described it perfectly. Letard and Dale said, showing Denny's in-car, his focus, his eyes, guys spinning out Kyle Larson. I was going, this is tough, and I think that's the story right now.
Well, you hear Steve Letard to say from the booth, when the lights come on, the pace
Yeah, Larson is getting more damage prepared.
here in 3 and 4 are getting worse and worse.
Smart thing is they're probably trying to work on it throughout the night. There's still a long race to go. So you can take your time working on it.
Tough to see, and the worst part about it, Carl, right over my shoulder, the pylon, the hourglass of this marathon isn't even halfway in. It's demoralizing. When you look at that thing, you still see 297.
And that's what Steve said. Steve said, hey, I've been telling my driver, calm down. The best drivers in the world already reckon we got a long way to go, and I think that's the story right now for sure.
And the big one that stands out, Kyle Larson. What did you guys make when he spun out there on his own on lap 43 with a 4-second lead?
Kind of broke my heart, because you think this guy, he's just, I think he's actually what we're seeing as a guy who's living on the edge. I think to make these cars go that fast, you have to be that close to the edge.
Kyle Busch is up to 16th, and SVG is up to 16th. So Chevy's gaining spots on pit road.
Well, that was the first time I've actually seen those two cars back to back. That first time they made the 3-4 certainly took that red tire out. Made that 5-car even looser. And you see that thing become even undrivable on old tires.
So difficult to see Kyle Larson's attempt at the double, but the car's okay. He's still in it. Was 31st towards the end of stage 1 there. How about Denny Hamlin? Finished that first stage in 7th. He started 20th, so he's working his way up to the front.
A couple things about Denny as we look at him here in the car. He told us this is really his goal. What did he say, top 10 or top 5?
Top 10. He wanted to get the top 10, and
he's solidly in there. Seeing his eyes, that camera shot of his eyes, that intensity, knowing how he's thinking, talking to him before the race, I think he's just marching through here, and he's who I've got my eyes on.
Well, box 1, stage 1, top 10, check. I'm curious what is for stage 2, stage 3 for him. We know where he wants to be in stage 4, but he already got 25% of his goal completed in A, 11 for Carter Wash.
All right, Adam, we'll send it back up to you in the booth. We've got a good one cooking up here at the Coke 600.
No doubt about it, Danielle. And I want to go back to the cycle of pit stops. Michael McDowell wins the race off pit road, and I see that in the graphic. I'm like, man, I know that pit crew's good. They won a pit crew challenge, but wait a minute. And there's a reason why he was the first on pit road.
Yeah, you're the fastest on pit road if you just don't stop.
So drove right through.
Yeah, Michael McDowell missed his pit stall, so he had to come back in second time down pit road for service. So what was a really great day, tracking the right way for the second one. He's giving up that track position.
Let's go to Kim.
Well, there was no damage that took Kyle Larson off the racetrack from that earlier incident. Right now, the team checking for the 3rd time, working on that toe. So this is the 3rd time he's been on pit road. He came down before pit road was open. They checked the toe. Cliff Daniels told him the front toe is way off. They came down with the entire field, worked on it, did not get it to where it needed to be. So again, the 3rd time Kyle Larson on pit road to fix that toe.
Yeah, so they're working on the tolling for Kyle Larson.
I'll just sit there. Man, it's going to be He'll look back on this day. I can't imagine the emotion, right? So much opportunity. Just kind of went away.
Let's do the choose as we look forward to stage 2.
Mentioned
So you're going to get out before they
issue for the 71 to 10.
get through pit lane.
Interference, bar interference. He actually touched the tire carrier.
Byron's going to take the inside. Reddick on the outside. I assume Larson's going to go a lap now.
Already in the 3rd, he's had 2 fastest stops today. That's giving that track position to be able to restart on the second road.
Got Byron, Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Allmendinger, John Nemechek, Gregson, Chase Elliott, Carson Hosmar, and Christopher Bell. Oh, Blaney ran into the back of Ross Chastain there on pit road.
To the right. Felt like that was Mr. Chastain's fault. Come on, man. You tell me, how many times on the interstate you just want to do that? Like, just don't just hit the guy in front of you and then put both hands in the air like Blaney did. Like, come on, man.
You gotta be careful doing that stuff.
I would never do it, but Blaney seemed very comfortable. I love the hand reactions from Blaney. It could be its own story.
He's calmed on the radio, though. He doesn't hit the button as much as he used to. So the recap of stage 1. A lot of issues, a lot of mistakes, miscues is always a part of the Coke 600. Who rebounds and who pays the price?
Stack front 2 rows right here.
Oh, my.
For a treat.
Really good. Some of the best in business. Front row, Byron, Reddick.
All right, William Byron, Tyler Reddick.
Automotive restart zone.
Green flags back in the air.
Coca-Cola 600.
Oh, 4 wide. Chase Elliott making a great move on the outside.
They continue side by side for the lead. It's Byron and it's Reddick.
And now it's Byron and Reddick side by side.
William momentum down the front straightaway.
And Denny Hamlin's in 3rd.
Losing spots back there with side by side for the lead. Byron clears just a little bit.
Can't do it.
NASCAR Insight says that Byron is #1 on restarts at this style racetrack and #1 this season. He proves why as he holds the lead in a good defensive move in turn 3.
Yeah, Reddick wasn't going to go away, but eventually Byron shuts it down.
Reddick buried it down in there. You saw the car bottom out. Side by side right here. The 20 of Bell. Nemechek. Nemechek on the outside. Skin doesn't give up. You see, goes the bar back there, flying around the top of the racetrack. A lot of names tonight. Gregson, Ozar, AJ Allmendinger. Those cars have been up front or toward the front all night long. They had speed in practice. No surprise to me. If they stay there all night long, it would be great results for any of those.
Well, Gregson not as much, but I'm talking about the stage point deal. And those are drivers that come in just below the playoff cut line. In fact, you look at Osamar, he scored, I think I said, another 52 stage points this year, been so good early in races, just not able to hang around. A huge challenge for this young driver tonight, going 600 miles.
Challenge for the crew chiefs as well, Steve, to top those.
Nemechek's got loose at the top,
They're racing really hard right here.
and it looks like
I think I would struggle with that. The aggression is so high all day long.
I think it's AJ Allmendinger clearing both of them. Oh, 2 cars spinning. Connor Zillage and Cole Custer in a 41. It looks like Jimmy Johnson's also involved.
7-time champion, 4-time winner of the Coke 600, making his 700th career start tonight.
Second time we've seen, well, third. We saw Connor and Jimmy take a nice friendly picture before the race. We saw them squeezing each other down the backstretch in the middle of stage 1.
Yeah, Jimmy looks like he's got some pretty good damage to the right side of the car. Possibly.
Now I wonder how much damage Jimmy Johnson has.
Drove it to the door there. 3 quarters.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a broken toe link as well.
Right side.
Now, okay, give him a grade. You gave me a crew chief grade of a D- earlier. What do you give the junior here?
Working his way around the car.
Good.
See the replay here. Jimmy right up front. The outside just seeing the right report back. Jimmy, Jimmy gets lead.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson got loose right in front of Larson, and he did a great job to avoid all that.
Turn 3 and 4 at the top of the racetrack. I grew up coming to this racetrack. All the crashes happened in turn 4. Back in the sportsman days, back in the cup days. We always wondered why that corner was the one where most of the calamity and crashes would happen. Back to its old self. You better respect it up there. The sportsman days, I like that. And we used to see some crazy crashes in turn 4 back in the day. And this replaced the lap before. I've seen that many times.
Yeah, lap before Johnson got loose. So yeah, turn 4 once again.
Classic cars. Guy's a legend. It's been a tough go though. He doesn't run these cars. In my opinion, he doesn't run the cars enough to really be able to give himself a fighting chance to have success when he shows up. But he doesn't care. He loves it.
He's the same dude now as he was when he showed up over 20 years ago.
He absolutely is. I'll say that. 7-time champion in the conversation is one of the greatest of all time, and he has not changed from the day I met him.
He didn't change when he had 0 wins in the Xfinity Series, in the Busch Series. He didn't change when he won 5 titles in a row, and now worldwide figure, and he's still the same old Jimmy Johnson. Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature, Key Moments, during tonight's broadcast by clicking down on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights, flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with a rapid recap where you can see all the key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Oh boy. We went from Carowinds to Uptown Charlotte. That was a magical ride there, huh? Great night in Queen City.
You're working on this 5-car. Every time they come down Pit Road, they're getting some opportunities, great opportunities under caution to be able to do this. Trying to get this car where they can have a shot to win this race because they know if they give that driver a reasonable race car, he can get the job done. So fun to watch this team fight.
Pit Road will be open this time by, I imagine all the leaders will stay out. I might see a few figures back in the pack. there's any strategic reason I would hit here, unless I don't need to make my car better, to be honest. You want to skip these opportunities to make the car better.
Somebody in the middle of the pack will pull down pre-road, usually drag a few down, and that's what's happening here.
William Byron leads. Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Nemechek, the top 5. Under caution for the 3rd time tonight. It's the Coca-Cola 600. We honor and remember.
Captain Sheridan is called United States Army.
Right, I wonder if anyone's going to pit under this caution.
Master Sergeant Joshua Wheeler, United States Army. Corporal Keith Grant Coffey, United States Marine Corps.
Well, not so far.
Corporal Kevin M. Jones, United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer 2, Kenneth B. Welch, United States Army.
Private First Class Walter Ray, United States Marine.
Chief Warrant Officer 3, Stephen Roy Dwyer, United States Army. We remember with honor.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
All right, I'm going to go get me a water real quick. I'll be right back.
The only way to save the ranch is to take it. Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2 is now available on DVD and Blu-ray with over 2 hours of special features. Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2, only now on DVD and Blu-ray.
You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos footlong nachos. Doritos and Subway, 2 legends come together to...
Legends ain't legends. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. Doritos footlong nachos, just $5, only at Subway.
Run ultra fast. You need an advanced dynamic system. Now the Dendix Motor X tire inflator has one. It shatters industry stereotypes. As portable as the small, as powerful as the large. But that's not all. A leading power bank. Powerful light beyond your imagination. Dendix Motor X redefines your journey.
Ooh.
On every day, history, trade,
I'm back.
we exist to help you share the moments that matter, like the thrill of a top water stream, the smell of wet dough and duck feathers at dawn, and the beating in your chest when that buck steps out. Feel and stream, the greatest stories ever out there.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we get a little Team Chevy update. Don't look right now at the drivers. Just look at the teams they represent. I mean, we got a little bit of everything going on here tonight.
Pretty impressive. AJ Allmendinger, Carson Oscar, Justin Haley, names that you typically don't see at the top of this list, man. Shane, doing a good job. Even Chastain taking it back to the car, getting through the field.
Tonight, the 66th Coca-Cola 600. You saw it on the graphic. 25 of the first 65 won by Team Chevy.
Yeah, we heard today Coca-Cola on board for the last 40 Coca-Cola 600s.
And I will say this too, Coca-Cola doing an unbelievable job this weekend of supporting those Gold Star families. And we heard from Austin Dillon earlier, but that's a wonderful thing on Memorial Day weekend, especially tonight as we honor and remember. Getting ready for this restart. Well, again,
Hey, restart.
Really good on restart. Last time, but it was
Reddick and Byron, side by side. Bell did not get a good restart. He's fallen back a few places. Holding up that inside line.
All clear, 24 on point. Williams.
But Byron still in the lead. Oh, what a save by SVG. Impressive. Could have been an accident right there.
Takes advantage, 21, 99, Daniel Suarez. Blaney's there as well. And look at McDowell, 71 outside lane. This is our fourth performance onboard camera. Blaney is there. You'll see McDowell coming on the outside of him after that missed opportunity on pit road a while ago.
Still catching my breath from that 88 card. How he hooked.
Yeah, that was an insane save. Very few drivers can save that, and SVG just did that.
Pretty much the same here with Byron and Reddick. Byron wondering where all his buddies are. And all these Toyotas on his back bumper.
Only have Hendrick car in the top 10, and the only other one that hasn't had a problem tonight. Chase Elliott in the 9. He's done it quietly, currently 9th.
Take a replay or another look at the 88 car. SVG.
Hamlin trying to challenge the team that he owns, Tyler Reddick, for second place. The car he owns.
I mean, just so impressive. These cars are not easy to drive when they're out of control.
National debt relief on board, Denny Hamlin. Just doing exactly what he needs to do. Starts 20th, drives up to 13th. Good pit stop inside the top 10. And now knocking on the door of the race lead as Reddick looks at Byron off of 2.
And there's a mix. There's a mix of risk, first reward, and patience. And every driver, every team has their own speed forward.
There's Reddick trying to get the bottom to gain up to Byron.
Look at the group. We have
Takes you a line, so you got to try something else.
both younger drivers, many starts, but still young drivers.
Hamlin is in the battle as well.
We have a very interesting mix at the top 4.
Top 7, based on my map, all from different organizations.
Battle right there for
And Hosapar,
Bar down to
77 Chili Chevrolet, is already up in 4th. Closing in on the top 3.
It's a thank you, but if you didn't get the spot they wave at you, it is really irritating.
There are multiple gestures that will fly in those situations.
I don't know all the rules for crime, but I'm interested to see which gestures they care.
You know, Hosapar, we talk about him all the time. Great practice, spins and qualifying, starts 39, and he's up to 4. And here's a gaggle.
and racing in the back of the pack's insane.
It's from 18th on back. Zane Smith, green 38. Chase Briscoe trying to make a comeback to 19.
Oh, Stenhouse barely hit the wall there.
Off into the court.
Oh, and he might have cut a tire down. He's into the wall again.
That was a prediction. It is an absolute bar fight. You
Wow.
go back, it is. You're not one-on-one. You're one-on-many.
He might be okay, but he hit the wall twice.
But what's the balance of that?
Because he kind of went up into the wall again. I thought he cut a tire, but I guess he did not.
It's a long night, 600 miles. Conversely, though, these restarts are the opportunity to attack and go quick. So how do you find that as a driver?
Yeah, that's what, I mean, you know, we talk about the struggle with the next-gen car. That's also what provides us or gives us these opportunities. All of these cars have this weight behind them that you do not want to be in. And they don't really have a choice but to cross that weight multiple times when the traffic is so dense back here in the back of the pack. So you'll be driving along clean air.
Yeah, for those watching, happy Memorial Day weekend. Hope you're having a great one and honoring the ones who sacrificed for our country.
agree with everything Dale said about the weight. The other part of that is now the guy leading, he's controlling that right. He's steering it. He's looking at that camera, looking at his rear view camera down right, and he's steering that thing, trying to upset the car behind him. It isn't just run your race and see if they follow you. They're steering that dirty air, like right there. They ain't bottom to top. He's trying to disturb these two cars behind him.
Keselowski tonight. And qualify great and penalty. Here he is driving through again, looking at a position inside the top 20.
I wonder how good his car is. He's got him fired right around his 20th spot. We haven't seen him up inside the top 15. His teammates got speed up there, but
Yeah, SVG's been running top 20 most of this race. Good run by him compared to what he's been having. And Byron walks Kyle Reddick. Reddick had to lift off the gas.
He's sitting there watching the 45 down the front straightaway. Got one eye on the mirror, one eye looking down the front of the race car. He's going to go where that 45 is if he can. Run to the top of the racetrack here to keep the momentum off the corner. And you see the distance increase down the front straightaway with that momentum to Reddick.
William Byron has led the most laps tonight, 92 out front. Got the opening stage victory. Got plenty of company here with Tyler Reddick. Good yesterday in practice, qualified outside the top 10, but the 45 broke right in to the top 5 at the beginning of this race. He's been hanging there ever since. And we remind you, Tyler Reddick in his career has never finished outside the top 10 in a Coke 600. Kim?
And there was an entry speed right there from Billy Scott before this went green. He said, focus on the middle as you get to Byron, not the bottom. That's where we lose the most time. So that's what they're telling their driver as he takes the lead here against William Byron.
So impressive what this 45 is able to do by moving around and being versatile. I'm also impressed with what the 24 is willing to do to keep the lead.
Yeah, the gap's pretty much been the same, but Reddick is trying to close.
You got a lot of miles in front of you to fight hard. And he's spending a lot of mental energy to keep this 45 behind him. 45 keeps bringing the fight back to him over and over and over.
I mentioned those NASCAR insights about the restarts. Another thing we look at, passing, defense, overall speed on the defense. William Byron, 4th. Tyler Reddick, 5th. Now, Tyler's not on defense right now. He's on offense, but you're seeing why William Byron is so good. Are any of us surprised that Joey Logano's at the top of that page?
Logano struggled here.
Let me make sure my screen's still working.
Out front, William Byron leads.
Okay. All right, commercial break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
He hits folks after the race, and he'll say, "Oh man, we banged the wall. The car just never had the speed and point it had." But right now, Reddick second, Mo Wallace unfortunately 28.
Good out of Kim.
Bill Grayson had a great night. He spent the entire race inside the
William
top
Byron's still in the lead. He's extended his gap with Tyler Reddick.
And Drew told me Noah is
Hamlin's in
learning
third.
how to be a cup driver, and by that he means the preparation.
Pretty much
All the little things he does.
same people's been in the top 10, but Eric Jones, a newbie in the top 10 in 7th.
Before the race started, we talked about how scrappy this 9 team for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson have been so far this year. They're showing it once again, showing why they are fourth in the regular season championship standings from 22nd to 10th for Chase Elliott. Gustafson told me a moment ago, all we need is to keep the turn in the car. That's what he loses at the end of the run, Trevor.
Well, not where we expected to see Ryan Blaney back in 23rd, but they were one of those teams that picked at lap 41 just before the caution came out. That move got them trapped. They lost a lot of track position, and they're really finding the effects of that right now. Take a listen.
I don't know how you get good track position back here. Chill. Doing everything we can here, all of us, so all one way to go.
You guys have been talking about the dirty air, battling for the lead, but those effects just get worse and worse with every spot you lose. Track position's what Denny Hamlin's looking for, Trevor, right? He just passed 45 up to second.
Hamlin just passed Tyler Reddick.
For every spot you lose, they get better and better for every spot you gain. Third to second seems like a small thing.
Seems like Reddick is not as good on the long run. He's good on the short run.
Interesting to see Reddick struggling here on the long run. This track continues to change. Let's take a look here. Atlanta just gets to the inside. It's going to side draft a little bit. Reddick's not going to fight his boss man.
I'm kind of tired, to be honest. I streamed the Indy 500 earlier today, and I'm streaming this race, and this is 600 miles.
Play by the 45 of Reddick. Going to have his pit stop soon. Come in and just on this race car. Obviously, not loving this car on the long run, Steve.
Yeah, 53 to go, 36 on this set of tires for Green, 45 total. I have pit stops 5 or 6 laps away. I just think that we already see some activity off pit road. Could even be sooner. And I think when it happens in a flurry. I know we had a yellow on the first cycle, but it's not going to take long. And there you
All right, here's John Hunter Nemechek pitting.
First on pit road, John Hunter Nemechek again.
Yeah, good
First pit stops on the stage.
Last 2 weeks, 2 top 10s in the last 2 races. Right now, he's just asking me, please free me up. The front of that race car not doing what he wants. Feels like an air pressure adjustment on those 4 first of your tires.
Another thing to watch is this cycle unfolds. Those drivers that elect to come down and make the pit stop under caution early in stage 2, lap 114. The best of that group right now is Ryan Preach. You got Zane Smith, Brad Keselowski in that group, Daniel Suarez, Ty Gibbs. They have a little bit more of an advantage here on tires. Maybe can run it longer. We'll see how they play it as we go through this green flag cycle.
It can almost hurt you because if you think that tires are an advantage, you stay out too long and the yellow doesn't come. These newer tires are still going to eat you up. Because now we see the pole sitter, a long roll down pit road, Marty, all the way to pit stall 1.
Yeah, it is a slow drive. Pit stall number 1 for Chase Briscoe.
Chase Briscoe's in.
Off the board here in stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600. Briscoe said the car is clever. They slowly made progress after losing that tire earlier on. Had that penalty. I know it's in the back. They got close to the top 15. The car just too tight.
He's away.
Scheduled green flag pit stops. Middle portion.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe's really only had qualifying speed. He hasn't had speed for this race at all. And Tyler Reddick, he's pitting before Hamlin and Byron. See how this works. Eric Jones is also in.
He did not have what he needed late in that run, and they told him to take care of it, pace yourself. We won't change it when it gets to stops. He said the car needs to be better in terms of maneuverability, and cannot do what I want using all the lanes, Trevor.
Eric Jones has moved his way forward from the rear of this field to put 4 tires on now. He's felt like he's had to manage the right front up and run it off a little bit.
It's like a slow stop for Tyler Reddick. That's kind of going to hurt the time that he was going to gain.
Having a great night. Coming your way, Kim.
Yeah, AJ with a very solid day. He said your car feels pretty good. Just got a little bit tighter on landing. Planning a small adjustment here. Air pressure, you see the crew going to work on the right side. 4 fresh medium tires, so no go through. As the
and Byron's in. Eighth way. Of course, Hendrick Motorsports has one of the best pit crews, and that showed right there. Under 10 seconds, 9.1 seconds.
He's going to fit at the top of your screen. He's going to show up right there. It's Hamlin. As we continue to watch Byron lead, this is the guy he's concerned about. See about the 45 on the front stretch, 11 on pit road. A lot of action going on. We'll see if the 45 is able to get by the 24. I don't think he is. So now the question is back to Hamlin, right? Hamlin on pit road. What kind of stop can he have? Can the 11 team be clean?
3.6 seconds was the advantage for Byron over third place Redding when the 45 came down.
Great cycle by Byron. Monster cycle by Byron, right? So here's the finish of the 11th stop, Marty.
And Steve, at some point, the Toyota camp feels like they have to do this. Wait on fuel. If you want to be that under green, Chris Hale said, I think we need to.
And Hamlin had a really good stop.
Waited a little bit for fuel here on the 11 car. But Eddie Hamlin will see what it costs him. What that cost him on track in terms of track position.
Marty, that's a great point. That's the other chess match. You can only get about 13 and a half or 14.
And he's not going to get ahead of Byron or Redding.
When you change tires,
and wait on fuel.
You see Kyle Busch there. He's been complaining about that balance all night long. He saw a slight chassis adjustment. It's just been way too tight for what he needs on the racetrack.
Hosevar, Christopher Bell still out there. Now Hosevar is pitting.
This thing's better in dirty air. Just having to search for a clean racetrack. Coming up here.
How about Carson Hosevar from 37 to the top 5? He said he was a little bit too free, but he was afraid to make an adjustment on it because they feel like the track is starting to migrate a little bit. It is getting cooler here.
Oh, and Riley Hurst with a spin on pit lane. Is that going to bring out a caution? Well, they're going to stay green. You got it back going.
Christopher Bell, who stayed on the racetrack currently leading, was hoping this was going to be a yellow. Dale, right here, you just see a lot of speed turning off.
It looks like he hit a bump and that caused him to spin. Great job keeping it off the wall.
For the wrap right there. We've seen it all night long. All the racetrack, but also slow it down, trying to get to pit road. Riley does a good job getting the car right back to the pit stall. NASCAR leaves us under green flag, doesn't disrupt the cycle.
First, the driver that had fallen a lap down, got the free pass, was on the lead lap, and now troubles again. With the rookie of the year contender. Christopher Bell now leads.
Yeah, you see the 20 leading. 55 laps on his tires, 47 of those green. So Matt was saying he should have already been up pit road. I think he was waiting. That right there said he's coming right. That's the big swerve down the backstretch. Yeah, sometimes drivers, if you got drivers way behind you, you'll actually move your race car down the racetrack because you can't wait until they won't see it.
Here goes Bell on the pit road. Pitting a lot later than the others.
Anybody that sees this. Marty.
Well, yeah, Christopher Bell over the last restart is a great example of how fragile track position can be. He restarted third, did not have a good restart, fell back to 8th, eventually back to 9th, but he hits here from the lead. Adam Stevens going a little bit longer into the stage now, 41 to go. So there was really nothing wrong with the car, just a little bit too tight, especially when he was back in traffic. We'll see it running a little bit longer, Steve, helps them, and they too waiting on fuel.
And I think that's really why they knew they had to wait on fuel. They run a little bit longer, leave a clean pit road. We talked about managing mistakes, Adam. Well, one way to do it is everything can't be about strategy. Sometimes just come down and calm pit road.
A couple of drivers yet to make a pit stop when it cycles through once again. William.
All right, so Larson's in the lead. Byron should get the lead whenever Larson pits, and there he goes. Byron cycles back to the lead after pit stops. So only 40 laps to go from halfway.
Fireman Jeffrey M. Swoboda, United States Coast Guard. Captain Joshua T. Byers, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Alan Shaw, United States Army. Sergeant Nicole Leanne G., United States Marine Corps.
Corporal Ian Thomas Soot, United States Marine Corps. Thank you for your sacrifice.
This baby hits 88 miles per hour. Yeah, let's see some serious. Guess who's back? Check me out.
You had her shown the Goodyear blimp. I saw the Goodyear blimp last week. And out of all days, my phone was not working.
You can run the perfect race.
Anyhow, leading the back on the final lap.
And then, boom. That's true of racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control. So you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you back on track.
Looks like Kyle Busch is trying to make a move on Chase Briscoe.
Started today.
Ordering more to save more.
Kyle Busch is now in 14th. He is now in the top 15.
We're making you public pairings for 6
It matters if he can get to the end for this race because of how long it is.
Kick off your shoes. Over here, but you feel something in your feet. That's when you see your husband. Is this Vicky? Oh, this is my sister. And Ethan's mother. Biological Ethan was a thief. What a crazy turn. The world knows you stole your sister's life.
Sometimes we dig. We don't like what we find.
Great night in the Carolinas. Just a reminder, the 2025 TNF schedule is out now. The season returns September 11th. Junior, you ready? Yes. Commanders, Packers on September 11th. Visit Amazon.com/TNF to see the full schedule.
Are you guaranteed to win? Is that what I heard? Let's go get it scheduled.
20 minutes north of the city. We are racing in the Coca-Cola 600. Let's do our Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Yeah, the guy I've been keeping my eye on for the most of this race here, he actually cycled forward by coming to pit road early during this stage, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. This team has been doing a great job over the last couple of weeks, showing a lot of speed. They came here being a top 5 all night long. His teammate Jones is in the top 10 as well. Legacy Motor Club showing those improvements, man. Wins around the corner.
Here's John Nemechek closing in on Kyle Reddick. Been remaining consistent tonight.
Running fit. Not only is he fast, but here's a carrot anybody thinks he's full of action to the top, to the bottom. He's everywhere. Maybe tonight's the night. We've seen first-time winners here. Why not Carson Mosbar?
He's riding the Denton. I'm going with Denny Hamlin, and that's only because I felt guilty taking Byron, who's led 125 laps tonight. But you look at Denny. This team's been a little bit out of balance the last few weeks. Maybe tonight he finds the sweet spot looking for his second win in NASCAR's longest race. He's already been to victory lane twice in 2025.
Well, Nemechek came to pit road early. That didn't help him cycle up to second. He's now lost that position to Reddick. And now Denny Hamlin is closing the gap on this 42 car. Denny's got 4 speed. Reddick has actually struggled to drive away from John Hunter.
Yeah, Byron is ahead by 8 seconds. Yeah, that stop Reddick had, that slower stop, has really put him back. That's a big gap. We haven't seen that big of a gap since Larson dominated in 21.
And if the 42 fades slow, that's good for Denny. Denny can then run the high line, try to close the gap. He catches this 42 of John Hunter Nemechek in a bad spot, trying to pass Reddick. Fun to watch these guys work the lanes, trying to find the air.
I'm going to go to this, though. 3 cautions tonight. One of those was the break at the end of stage 1, even though the caution came out there because of incident. That was when we cycled things through after 100 laps. What I'm getting to here is the level of concentration. Not a lot of opportunities to get a reset if you're a driver. And in the next gen era, we've had a lot of cautions in this race, averaging almost 14 per event. Not tonight on that kind of pace puts a lot of pressure on everybody.
It does, and that's what makes this race so hard to predict and to plan for, but you just don't know what you're going to have. But I'm sure we still baffled.
Yeah, it's a big battle for second place, but the leader's far gone. Chastain's in the top 10 for the first time tonight. Started all the way in last, and now he's in the top 10. See, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish.
Those two spent a lot of the early portion of this race in the top 5. Now outside the top 10, Busher 11th, Bell 12th.
Christopher Bell told his team he wanted the track position. He had a good race car. He got the track position, lost it again.
Bell just gained position on Chris Buescher for 11th. He did not have a good restart and hasn't really recovered.
Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens a little bit longer, Junior, on that last run. But Adam Stevens trying to encourage the driver, saying, hey, it will work out. Listen in.
You are the quickest. We should get close to the top 5.
And you got to wonder if that's going to make their next pit stop a little bit shorter under caution. That's why Adam Stevens made that move when he did. Trevor?
Well, Steve, you said we had a car flip down the front stretch. That was the 17 of Chris Buescher back in 2022 here in the Coke 600. Chris has been fighting a tight race car, but they feel like this is the point in the night when the track will start to change. They made a very small adjustment to bring him up there, Kim.
Dane Smith currently running in the 13th position, and his average finish through 12 races in 2025 is 9 positions better than it was through 12 races in 2024. Ryan Brigetti, the crew chief, told me they have got top 15 speed each and every weekend, hoping to capitalize on that here this evening. As we look at Kyle Busch running in the 14th.
Chase Elliott's running 9th, though. I really hope he can win this race. It's been a long time.
Not happy with the balance. When I talked to Christian Burnett earlier in the day, he said, look, we've had speed each and every week, but we have not executed the cleanest races. We need to dot the I's, cross the T's, and figure out how to put together full races. Behind Kyle Busch, Ryan Preece having a solid day in the top 15. Preece making his 200th career Cup Series start. We talked about Dane Smith having a career year. Ryan Preece as well. He's on pace to outperform his 2024 season and have the best Cup season of his career. He's got 4 top 10 finishes this season, the most ever. Finished top 7 at Kansas. They were hoping to have that speed here this weekend as well, Marty.
Now only 23 laps to go in stage 2. And from halfway.
This weekend, because they did the tire test here on the 19, and he said, Charlotte is my favorite mile-and-a-half track. We can
Yeah, Chase Briscoe.
But it has been a rough slog.
I'm going to be honest, he's doing about the same as he's done with SHR with Joe Gibbs. Maybe it's just him learning the car.
Race leader William Byron in lap
But to me, he's
5
similar.
nearly made contact with Todd Gilliland, and now in line to put Brad Keselowski a lap down. Keselowski's 26. Here's what I was talking about.
Right on turn 4. This was just the lap before. Look at that. Brad is fighting hard to stay on the lead lap here.
Oh, Byron tried to put Keselowski a lap down, and Keselowski was having none of it. Byron almost squeezed Keselowski to the wall. He still hasn't passed Keselowski yet. But Byron, if I were Byron, I'd just stay calm. Because he got like a 9-second gap ahead of Tyler Reddick.
Reading some of the radio transcript, I believe they're asking, just trying to save a little gas. Marty's pointed out time and time again how teams have had to wait on fuel, specifically the Toyotas. Well, they have 2 options: wait on fuel or burn less. So we have a 9-second lead. Just lean on your driver. I know you're busy, but save me a little gas.
Battle for second right here between Reddick and Hamlin. Hamlin's past Nemechek. Now he's up here trying to get around the 45 to the inside. Reddick's going to lift, get in behind his owner.
20 laps to go, stage 2. It's a halfway point. And the Coca-Cola 600 is Byron Reddick.
All right, commercial break. I'll be right back.
streaming.
All right, I am back.
There the other night, some really good stuff. Thank you.
We are close to lap 200. Only 13 laps to go.
Pretty excited about that. Watch it. Eric Jones in seventh. The other legacy Butterfly car that we had to talk about. I'm looking at the 24 car. See that car in front of me right there, the 34 for Gilman. He just drove around the leader to get his lap back. We also noticed that we
Yeah, 25 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Larson's the first car, 1 lap down.
Necessary 9-second lead. You're not going to give up 9 seconds in 12 laps right now. Just kind of cruise, limit your wrist, save some gas, settle in.
I would say this too. Behind these drivers, first car 1 lap down right now is Kyle Larson. So if this stays the same, long way to go here, more than 10 laps. We know Byron is capable of so much. But if this stays the way it is, back behind them, Larson could be in line to get the free pass here, get back on the lead lap.
That's the biggest Bubba Wallace fan on the racetrack right now is Major Motorsports and Kyle Larson. Glad to give it that position.
Bubba struggling to get the gas down on the corner exit there. You see the 24 closing the gap.
Yeah, a lot like Darlington, William Byron's really dominant this race.
Bubba's going to have the momentum off the corner, though, make it difficult. Clearing Byron down the front straightaway.
Wallace 25th on the board. As we flash to these 2 young drivers racing for 4th, 42 Nemechek, 77 Hocevar.
Check on the older tire, just a few laps older since he hit it early. Hocevar trying to gather another position here.
That argument on tires was Dale defending his one to watch.
Yes.
And that was my one to watch. Coming to see that. We went out and took some drivers looking for career win number 1.
Yeah, with Byron having a hard time trying to pass Bubba Wallace, he's starting to lose some time. But he's still comfortable because he's less than 9 seconds ahead.
Staying on the throttles right there, back down the throttle of the racetrack. You see it
Well, William Byron just basically just got cruised to the stage end.
Still struggling with the long run in his car. Brad Keselowski is really falling off.
Well, so the more cars put a lap down, more cars they'll have to fight to get back on the lead lap.
Carson Hocevar continues to impress, running in the 5th position right now. And Luke Lambert just brought up a great point, Steve, as night starts to fall here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. How far are you willing to adjust your car to kind of guess where the track is going? They were hesitant on the last stop to make changes because they thought the track might change. It's now the stop coming up at the end of stage 2. Your time to make those adjustments.
Yeah, what happens is the track cools usually a little bit before or behind the engine. The sun goes down, air cools. Then the direct sunlight on the racetrack goes away, track cools. I will say.
I wonder if Byron's not lapping Bubba on purpose to help Larson.
Track cools, pace will pick up. We've seen rear tire failures a lot in these 1.5-mile tracks. If you're a crew chief, now's the time to start adding a couple tenths of air, maybe have time to air those rear tires to make sure they're safe enough as the pace picks up.
You know who I really feel for here is Rudy Buell, because when you have an advantage like that, it's like, how much do you adjust? Everybody else feels like I'm chasing something, right?
So just to be clear, I've been leading with Rudy Buell and running bad like other guys are tonight, and I appreciate what you point out, but I don't feel that bad for him. I mean, guys get an 8.5-second lead, but you are right. Your point being, that's where the communication and the data. I don't know if Rudy is looking about adjusting his car compared to everyone else on pace. I just think
There's Chase Elliott and Chastain battling for 9th place.
Ross Chastain. And we know what a weekend it's been for him. Already talked pre-race about the overnight festivities, getting that one car ready.
Yeah, Chase Elliott kind of loose in turn 4. Chastain completes the pass.
The top 10 at the end of stage 2, impressive for the Florida native.
Yeah, those bumps always mess you up here.
He stepped out and said, hey, we're not good enough. Yeah. Said it publicly, but the team won't notice. Only a few drivers can really do that. They responded. He's got his hands full right here. A lot of lap traffic and Gregson right there in front of him. Another position for Chastain. Marty.
Now, welcome to the top 10 for Ross Chastain. Got that 9th position from Chase Elliott a moment ago. And Steve, his crew chief, came on the radio and said, that's an important pass rush. Because if you look on pit road,
it's around the 9. You can block the 9 in. It's better for all of them if they come in this order. Still battling right here. Go to Samar trying to get around the 42. I think he's got it this time. We'll see. The 42's got the momentum on the top. Big run coming. But the 77's going to be clear off the corner. Slide in the back of the car up the track with Hosevar. I think Nemechek's just going to run the back of him there. Not really challenged to the inside.
Battle for fourth. Hosevar and John Nemechek.
Position is a point, and these are big when you talk about stage points coming up here in 2 laps.
And Hosevar makes a pass. 2 laps to go in stage 2.
We get 2 to go. Stage 1 ended under caution. William Byron got the win there. He's led 154 laps tonight.
Right behind him is the 5 car of Kyle Larson, who is actually running faster than William. Not going to be able to close and get his lap back. But he is in the pre-pass position, so he'll get back on the lead lap. Won't have quite the best track position. He got back naturally. Yeah, they've been working on this race car. Been 6 stops, over 50 seconds on pit road, fixing damage.
I believe Larson should get back on a lead lap.
9 seconds. 7.8 as he comes back to the green and white checkered flag. William Byron on cruise control. So far, so
And Byron is going to win this stage 2.
Winning stage 1 and the second run of the race as well. By the way, both times the drivers won stage 1, stage 2, the Coke 600. They went on to win the race.
Looking pretty stout right now. A huge lead over Denny Hamlin.
So Byron has swept the stages so far, stage 1 and stage 2. So we got 2 more stages to go. And Kyle Busch is around. I think he made contact, let me guess, in turn 4. Doesn't look like a lot of damage to that car, though.
The end of the stage good for Kyle Larson.
Oh, he just got loose. He didn't make any contact.
2018 600 winner going for a ride.
Well, at least it's under caution. It needs not to caution.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. Need a better way to find
Look at your top 10s. We got William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Carson Hosevar, John Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, Ross Chastain, Eric Jones, Noah Gragson, and Chase Elliott in 10th.
Don't just see things. Experience it.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's been hanging around the top 10 today.
Get a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy. Yo! My turn, Bubba. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
I used to be an early bird, but psoriatic arthritis stopped my day before it started. Then things started to change for me when I found Benzellix. Now I can't wait to say I'm back.
Benzellix can deliver transformative relief from joint pain and stiffness, less fatigue, and for some, zero swollen joints.
I'm back to what inspires me.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts.
All right, so once again,
low ability to fight them, liver problems.
I just hope the racing is more exciting the next 2 stages. The restarts are good, but just Byron is dominating. Which, I mean, I'm fine with because I'm a Hendrick fan, but I'd like to see some racing. And Byron's putting up like 10-second gaps.
Meet the IHOP Health Faves Value Menu. Everything's just $6. Like the breakfast faves combo, $6. French toast breakfast, $6. $6 for all this and all that. That's a lot of breakfast for $6. Weekdays at IHOP. A new era of the WNBA is on Prime. The skills, the thrills, the threes. All eyes on the W. Wings Sky, Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. The WNBA is on Prime.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, halfway through the Coke 600, and now all drivers will go on the pit road.
Right, so of course, every Coca-Cola 600 at lap 200, they're going to give a moment of silence for all the service members who have fought for our country.
Words can't describe the commitment made by our servicemen and women who work around the clock to protect the many freedoms we all enjoy, always putting country in front of self. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes. We pay respect to those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we send love to those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one while serving our great nation. Let's all join in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, we are halfway through the Coca-Cola 600. Question is, can anybody stop Byron? But the good thing is, Larson, after being a lap down this entire race, is going to get it back. But of course, he'll have to start in the back of the field.
Consumer Cellular can help people save on their cell phone bills. That's why I cut my car. This year, let's cut even more things to show people how much they can save. Let's cut the face off of our helmets. Let's cut the top off of our steering wheel. Let's even cut our hats. That's just a visor. Shut up, Chris. Great. Can't wait to see what y'all come up with.
So we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
The 3 for me only at Chili's now stirs up the all-new Big QP for just $10.99. And that's 85% more beef than some quarter-pound burger. Yeah, hey, fast food, this is how you value me. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
From Rose Track to Ride, Mobile One Motor Ones will tell you drive. Drive more beautifully.
home in the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron, the race leader. Let's get a report from pit road. Here's Ken.
Yeah, Adam, there's so much military pride visible here at Charlotte Motor Speedway during Memorial Day weekend. And Michael McDowell is racing today in honor of United States Army Specialist James A. Waters. The Indiana native Waters enlisted after high school and was stationed at Fort Drum before being deployed to Afghanistan. And after giving the ultimate sacrifice during deployment, his older brother and his two younger brothers were so inspired to answer the call to serve. So 2 of them are infantrymen and 1 as a medic. James A. Waters' legacy lives on.
Thank you, Ken. And the end of stage 2 in the Coke 600 on Memorial Day weekend. Such a reminder of what it's all about, of the outstanding job that everyone in the NASCAR community does of saluting our troops and paying tribute to those we lost here on Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, and I was super happy to hear the 45's pep talk before the race was about that. It wasn't about the race. I think it's great perspective that we're all fortunate enough to cover these races or compete in them all year long, and the freedoms we all are lucky enough to have, and all the men and women were given for those freedoms. It's important to keep our perspective. Sports are great, but that's just what they are. They're entertaining for sports.
Been a part of this race, this event for as long as I can remember, coming here as a little boy. A lot of pre-race ceremonies and so forth. Really.
All right. We should see pit stops soon.
Exploding and tanks and so forth. It's been back when Humpy Wheeler was
Past halfway.
It was pretty extravagant, but it was all to celebrate what all this means. It's awesome to see it continue. In addition to that ceremonial sort of remembrance, even halfway here, I mean, that's a powerful moment to have the entire 4,000 people here in silence. Pretty incredible.
So now we start thinking about the second half of this race. Huge pit stop coming here, Steve.
Well, the pep talk to start the race was give you halfway, figure out what we need for our car, let's get to the dark, let's get the lights on, let's make adjustments. I think now it's time as a team, you have to give yourself a very honest grade. Are we good enough? Can we be good enough? Are we racing for a win, a 5th, a 10th? Make the appropriate adjustments? It's kind of that. Everybody gets shot of adrenaline. Let's get going 300 miles down. Now we have one of the shortest races of the Cup Series ahead. Only 300 miles left.
Here they are, Trevor.
William Byron coming down the pit road to get 4 tires, was really happy with his balance for a green flag pit stop. They're kind of curious what it'll fire up like once this rubber picks up under caution.
Top right of your screen, Tyler Reddick. He said that was way too loose. I think we need a half number to 3/4 of a number to be better with what I need to do on the track. You saw that white adjustment to tighten him up, Marty.
Anthony Hamlin's pit crew has been outstanding today. On the last caution flag stop, they gained 3 spots. Handling-wise, Hamlin said the car is getting...
And a good stop by Hamlin. But Byron's still going to beat him out. Them having that big gap helped them there.
Once again, Hamlin's team is able to hold his second.
Well, Chase Elliott gained 2 stops. 2 spots. That's good.
Motor Speedway, Memorial Day weekend. Let's go back to
Nemechek lost 4.
Young Jeff Gordon trying to win for the first time in his career, and he
Oh,
got
man.
it done on NASCAR's longest time.
Wonder if someone can challenge Byron here.
Wallace's race to win or lose. Gordon has a lot of making up to do to catch him. Well, the 2 cars today, they took on 4 tires. Gordon did it with 2.
So in that shakeout, Gordon takes first. He was really just outrunning the 2 cars.
Checkers are out. With Jeff Gordon victorious.
I'm speechless, man. I mean, this is the greatest day of my life.
Who could have guessed 31 years ago that here we are, you know, Jeff Gordon, now the vice chairman at Hendrick Motorsports. I love reliving that clip, and thanks for being with us here tonight.
Well, it changed my life forever, and this place has been so special.
Well, Jeff Gordon's on TV.
For so many reasons, but especially being a part of Hendrick Motorsports, just 2 miles down the road here. This place has, just been a track that we put a lot of energy and focus on. Rick Hendrick always has that engine department and our crew chiefs and our drivers and our teams, and great to see that 24 car out there. We had to do a 2-tire stop to kind of sneak in there and get by Rusty, but those guys have been dominating. We'll see if they can keep it up this second half. remember that night as being the start of an incredible career that you would end up having. Dad telling me this guy's got something special, and you know that was the start of all the success that you would have, and you see the emotion you have after that win. Can you take yourself back to what it felt like to finally get that first one? Well, you saw how much emotion there was. I mean, my whole life, all I wanted to do is just continue to compete at the highest level. And when I finally got here, you question, do you have what it takes? Are we going to be able to put a team together that can compete at this level against the best in the world? And we did it that night. It was pretty amazing. But I got to take you back a year before that. Your dad won this race, and I believe I may have finished second or third to him. So I may have learned a little bit a year before.
Well, I know it's been a busy day. Not everything that you guys and Kyle Larson ordered up in Indianapolis, but knowing you, your history, you've been in the rumor mill of running that race back when you were full time. Was it special to accompany Kyle along this journey the last couple of years with him attempting the double?
Well, you know, I became not only a race car driver, but a race fan because of the Indianapolis 500. I watched it as a young kid. I went to that track. And so, you know, it's something you always wish you could do is race in the Indy 500. I never got that chance, lived it out with the Brickyard 400. But to do this with Hendrick, with Aaron McLaren, and through the lens of Kyle Larson has been absolutely incredible. I love that event. It's super special. But what a day, right? What a day of motorsports, Monaco, Indy, now here at the end of the day. Hasn't been the day on track that I think you know we would like to have had for Kyle, but I saw some speed of that 5 car right there before that half ended. And we'll see.
And the other guys out front dominating right now. So the 24 looks stout at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of our cars have been really strong in the mile and a halves. You know, obviously this place is tough. I mean, the content of this track, you know, the bumps with these cars as rigid as they are with that underwing and holding the aero, the sidewalls of these tires, you know, with the bigger wheels. Man, it's hard to drive these race cars these days, and you've seen some of the best lose control.
All right, looks like Byron's picked the inside and Hamlin on the outside. Hocevar right behind him in third. Don't be surprised if Hocevar tries to make the move to win.
I was going to say, you showed up for the best part. We're halfway home. You got an easy ride now.
I will tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable with these two standing to my left. I got a lot of. This is what you guys have yelled at me over the radio for my whole career. I'm excited to hear this.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I used to have to be biased or non-biased when I was up there. I'm as biased as a kid.
Front row, Byron, Hamlin.
Here we go. Green flags back in the air. Yeah, Hamlin got a better restart right there. Is it enough to pass Byron here?
See the one car, Chastain getting a little bit loose as he's 3 wide into one. You know, the 24 car just hasn't quite had the takeoff speed, not to mention these restarts are pretty tough when they're side by side. So let's see what Denny has for William Byron. Looks like William's going to clear.
Looks like Byron's going to clear Denny Hamlin there.
Long run speed has been amazing in the 24. The third car line behind him, Carson Hocevar started shotgun on the field.
Yeah, it seems like accelerating Byron's not as good, but once they're up to speed, he's got a flying hot rod up front.
Right, and that's what you always look for first is can you drive the car with the speed? Obviously, you know, this is a team that's growing fast. He's young and learning.
Well, that restart wasn't really as chaotic. Maybe in the middle of the pack, it's like 3 and 4 wide.
That's for sure. 77's been great. 39 at the start up to third.
Hamlin trying to do everything he can to close the gap on William Byron, and he's there. Just not quite enough to get side by side to pass William Byron. Ty Gibbs had some contact with the wall. Car seems to be okay.
I think it was a flat, you know, hit, so maybe he'll get lucky, but we've seen already in this race, it doesn't take much, you know, impact to hit those toe links on the right side. And to hit to Busher as well, you think about the right front corner of that 17 car. We see the 42 on the screen right here. Nemechek had a little bit of trouble on that pit stop that lost a little bit of time, lost some track position, fighting to try to get that back.
Legacy brings me really to my another special. We talked to Jimmy at length about what his transition has been like, right? Vice chairman now. What do you do? What have you found? What can you provide for insight for Byron and your other drivers as you help kind of coach them through their careers?
Well, I mean, yes, I have the driving experience, but these cars are so much different than anything I drove. So to me, it's about making sure they have all the resources that they need to go out there and communicate well, that they're working.
And Byron has extended that guy again.
And that we're just at Hendrick Motorsports.
Ryan Priest, wow, making an aggressive move on Tyler Reddick. Or, excuse me, Ty Gibbs. Gonna try to slide job, but can't hold it on the bottom. But he does clear Ty Gibbs, so that's a spot gain for Ryan Priest. Chase Elliott has moved up to 7th after finishing 10th in the last stage.
And for 6, Noah Gregson continues strong, and from Hendrick Motorsports on board, Mr. Climb on board, riding with Chase Elliott, number 9.
No shock, Chase Elliott, Mr. Consistency this year. Worst finish started a long way back at Atlanta in 20th. Still looking for that first win. But I think this is the key, right? Don't try to make a recovery from 20th or 15th. Hang around inside that top 5, that top 10 all night, continuing to work on your car, and then close. Really, that's the key to these races, is be close enough and then trying to close when you have the chance.
Gibbs been a man of action the last couple of laps here. Saw him hit the wall on the turn 4. Look at him out of the gas right there. Car's just not handling well. Check him up. 17. Runs right in the back.
Well, Ty Gibbs almost crashed again.
Man of action. Sometimes that's a compliment. Sometimes it's an insult, right?
That was it right there. That was a replay right on board right here. You hear him jump out of the gas. 17 not ready for the car as he starts to lift off the throttle. What a great camera angle right there.
And Hamlin has closed back on Byron. But it just seems like when people got close to Byron, they just aren't able to pass him, and then they fall back again.
This is what we've seen most of the night. The Toyota's a bit of a hound the back of this 24 in the early run. You talk about the short run speed. The 24 to Byron has been really tenacious to try to keep this track position. How much do y'all talk about the defense with the new cameras and how important that area is to the following car? How much is it talked about with these drivers having to get these positions? When as good as the 24 is on the long run, William Byron, you know he doesn't want to find out is maybe it's because of that clean air out front. You don't want to give Denny Hamlin or Tyler Reddick or any of these guys that opportunity to find out.
And Hamlin trying everything on that outside to close Byron.
He's watching this mirror. Where are those guys running? Are they gaining on me in those areas? And how can I block it because I want to maintain the speed? Because I know I've got the long run speed. But there's no doubt the track is changing. Fast lap move from Byron to Hamlin. Lap 2:10. Hamlin now the fastest lap of the race at a 29.36. And once again, I think that will continue to change as the track cools. This is one of those races. If we have a late restart, that's when it's going to be awarded. That final restart under the lights. And it's kind of an interesting 600, right? Because we started in overcast, basically it wasn't hot, the temperatures are down, so we're not seeing as big of a swing as we normally do. Like yesterday, qualifying. Oh man, this track was a handful in practice and qualifying when it was hot and slick.
Yeah, Hamlin has the faster car at the moment, but Byron's just got that clean air, and that's why he's able to keep the lead.
I've always said to him, he lays in the weeds just a little bit. He doesn't like to show his hand.
He is definitely not going away, though, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to make that pass on the bottom. William used to the top of that racetrack. Here's a replay with Kyle Busch right there ahead. Up the racetrack. It's up the wall pretty hard right there.
Oh, yeah, Kyle Busch hit the wall pretty good right there.
Into the stage when he had that spin. Back in 26 now. 11 seconds behind race leader William Byron.
Yeah, one of the two drivers that get contracts announced this week. It was Kyle Busch in the 8th. He's be back at RCR. Your man at the bottom right here, William Byron. Congratulations.
Well, here comes Hamlin. Well, he just cannot get the drive off the corner to get side by side with William Byron. I say if I'm Hamlin, once you get the opportunity to get as close to Byron as you can get, pull a slide job. Probably the only way you're going to be able to pass him.
Denny's right there. They're coming up on flat traffic in front of them. Oh, Williams going to go to the middle of the racetrack now. Denny's at the top. See if Denny can put the run together. Denny not to the throttle just yet. Not able to build a run. Byron changed his line from one lap to the next to be able to try to defend what Denny's doing.
Yeah, it seems like Hamlin is It's like Byron's better in 1 and 2, and Hamlin is better in 3 and 4.
Williams struggled a little bit through 3 and 4 right there. Then he's right on it. Then he starts really good 3 and 4. Williams to the middle of the track. Then he's got to slide up. He's going to lose all that grip out of the gas. That's the defense right there. The 24 drops down in the corner. Diddy's right behind him, losing the nose.
You lose his time in 1 and 2, but watch his time he'll gain back in 3 and 4.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr.
Not that time. Byron still keeps the lead. Got all 175 laps to go now. Around there.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. The heartbeat's strong, steady, unwavering, like the people who keep this country moving. Doing what they do best. Helping neighbors, rich getting it done. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. And every Chevy truck, every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard. All right, get them, hon.
Take that, Derek TV Pigeons, and your overpriced satellite TV.
In my day, you had to walk uphill both ways to save money.
Sounds like a lot of hills back there. Now you can just upgrade a dish. Save $30 a month and get 3 months free.
3 months free.
3 months free.
Takes that to me.
Upgrade to Dish. Save up to $30 a month and now get 3 months free.
Enter for Choose to win ultimate racing experience. For the grand prize that includes round-trip airfare for 2 to Atlanta, Georgia. The 2025 Michelin VIP Virtual Potato Le Mans Experience Sweepstakes, where you'll enjoy a 3-night stay for luxurious and shout to it on in.
Yeah. Hamlin's not letting Byron get away, though. So he just can't get past him.
Scan the QR code to enter now. No purchase necessary. It is 6/30/25, 18 plus age of enjoyment.
Welcome to More New Ways to Watch. A 5-race stretch only on Prime. More bright lights, more national nights, more Motor City speed.
See where Larson's running.
More history made, more precision display, more moments you can't miss. And for the first time, only
Running 23rd.
welcome to NASCAR.
So he's gained a couple of spots, but not a lot.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, let's get our Coca-Cola Racing family update. Denny Hamlin up there in second. Solid night for Chase Elliott in 8th. Suarez been fighting it. Same for Austin Dillon and Joey Logano. Head scratcher. Yesterday,
Yeah, Logano. He's not having a good race, which I enjoy.
Shout out to both for what happened up in India. I think it's translated over. Yes, but Blaney tends to with this left side tire and left side tire. I was expecting them to have a little more speed. They weren't really all that great here last year either. So, listen, struggles Trevor.
Trevor, what about that 24 car?
Well, the 24 is still trying to find off the 11 here. He's using that partial throttle when he has her in the middle, but going wide up in the front side earlier in the middle of 1 and 2 when he can't get on the top. Pretty Eagle told him, hey, that 11's got some breathing room right now, so be prepared for him to try something because it's low risk. He won't give up that stop if he goes for it.
I think that's a great update by Trevor about the information. Byron getting it about the 11, right? No one.
Yeah, Hamlin is now kind of falling off on Byron.
Have an idea of what might be coming.
Not as close as he was.
The defensive style of these drivers just amazes me, though. We talk a lot about the dirty.
Byron's just good on the long run.
Jeff, it used to just exist. Now these drivers use it like a defense. I mean, they are steering that stream of air behind their car, waiting to get to the corner until they see where the guy behind them is going to go.
Yeah, and I mean, if you know that it's disrupting the balance and the handling of that.
It's like Bell's going to move up to 14th after passing Ty Gibbs and Michael McDowell.
With that diffuser, the way that the air comes off the back of these race cars, obviously we've seen some great racing in the mile and a half because of multiple lanes. But if you can run that same lane, you know they're going to be very challenged to make the pass or to make any gains on them. 11 of Benny Hamlin trying to reel in the 24. His teammate, the 20, Christopher Bell there bottom of the screen. He's been struggling tonight. Lost a little bit more track position all the way back to 14. That's battles, and he's trying not to lose any more track position. McDowell trying to get by here, but down the back straightaway. The 20 on the inside there. Justin Haley on the outside. I think Christopher Bell thought that Haley was up the track a little further. Or maybe was there a little something, a little block there by Haley from number 2. Just wondering if there was a little something earlier in the corner.
What's up, Marty? Boy, Adam, it wasn't 2 runs ago that Christopher Bell was battling in the top 3. Now here he is in 14th. He told Adam Stevens a moment ago the car is as tight as it's been all evening long. And see, we talked about how this racetrack will change a little bit. They're feeling that on the 20 car.
Hamlin's gotten close again, but he just can't pass Byron.
This weekend, Stevie Reeves and Christopher Bell split after last week. So, Dale, to your point about whether proximity to the 7, maybe the information isn't clear, but I think Jeff's kind of what I've learned about race car driving. It's a lot like a hockey fight. If you want to see why the fight started, you got to rewind the tape 5 or 6 minutes ago. These drivers will hold a grudge for quite some time till they can get equal.
Yeah, that looked a little bit more like just not knowing where.
Yeah, Hamlin tries the middle and Byron tries the top. Byron's basically just taking Hamlin's line from 1 and 2.
Hamlin not letting Byron breathe, though. 0.2 of a second, just right here. Look at the speed of the 11 on entry.
And I think we should point out, too, we're 10, 12 laps away from green flag pit stops. And the delta for Byron here far different than what it was in stage 2 when we came under green.
And that's really could be Demi's goal, right? Even if you can't pass it, you're giving your crew chief, Chris Gale, the opportunity to hit a lap earlier and try to jump the 24 on pit road.
And that may be the only way Hamlin's able to beat Byron is on pit stops. You could pit a lap earlier if you're not that far behind.
It starts to make you wonder, was there something about that last set of tires that just didn't focus?
I'm sorry, that 24 I thought was going to be a replay of the 5, a huge movement for that 24.
Well, as the track cools off, grip goes up, and especially the front tires, this track gets looser and looser. The car gets a little more positive. But you can see when we're riding on board the 11th Denny Hamlin that William wasn't putting a lot of wheel input into it. So I do think that car's pretty edgy. If he's complained about anything all night, that's what it's been, is just the rear of the car, especially over the bumps, being a little bit edgy and not as secure.
Yeah, Byron almost spun out there, but he caught the car. Oh, caution! Huge wreck for Zane Smith. Big hit. The dog is dead on the 38.
AMR safety team is there. You heard Zane on the radio.
Sounds like Zane is okay.
Let's take a look. Up turn 2.
That looks like a big hit.
Looks like he just gets loose.
He got loose in front of SVG
I think he was going to say
and pounded the wall.
But I think he was headed for the inside wall either way.
So that means no green flag pit stops.
Big hit.
Amazing how many spins that we've seen tonight have basically been on the exit of all these corners.
And late, later than I guess what I'm accustomed to seeing. Normally the looseness or the snap starts earlier. This is almost like the unloaded. He's basically out of the corner, lost that vertical compression, and around it goes.
Well, and when we saw Byron just wiggle there, that we know as racers that's a big moment. It doesn't look like that from TV or for folks at home, but it does not take much for these cars to go out and be gone. You just can't grab these like you used to grab some cars.
Yeah, so Zane Smith brings out the first caution at stage 3.
You're throttling up off of turn 2, the car not really loaded and laterally loaded in the corner.
This will be open this time. 62 to go on the stage, absolutely within the fuel window, so everybody will be coming in. And I think the goal for everyone's going to be a fuel full fuel low. This will be a good reset for the entire field, Trevor. Yeah, you guys are talking about the exits of these corners and how challenging they are. Once it got dark here, the 24 is starting to get twitchy loose on exit. We saw it wiggle pretty big there a couple laps ago.
To Steve's point, Billy Scott telling Tyler.
All right, pit stops. Byron has a good stock, and Hamlin had a good stock. Just a tad slower. And Byron's going to win a race off pit road. Reddick right behind him. Elliott gains 2 positions again.
+3 jumps in to the top 5 by that much. William Byron wins it. Jeff, thanks for being here. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Great job, guys. Thank you, Amazon.
Jeff Gordon with us in the booth. We're back to great when we return.
Win one championship, you're celebrated. Win twice, they call you a hero. 3 times, they say words like legend and dynasty. But when you've won it all 7 times, the trophy.
All right, we're closing in almost 150 laps to go.
7-time winner of Motor Trend's truck.
Right now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $10,900 below MSRP on the 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie, plus $2,000 bonus cash on select models and dealer inventory.
You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos football nachos. Doritos and Subway, 2 legends come together to
Legends, eating legends. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. Doritos football nachos, just $5, only at Subway.
Who is that?
Here's what it is. Some people look at funny how you they see.
They has been
Overrated.
and never was.
Created wonderful day that's given second chances to the element.
You just wait on quicker than you hide. So,
You said he was 4, he not that old.
but I see the absolute best in the world.
When my doctor gave me breastfeed for my COPD,
Looks like I think that's Kozlowski stopping again.
better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced
Yeah, trying to make more adjustments on that car.
For sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take breast treatment.
See where Larson is.
Increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling.
Oh, Larson's in 17th. Slowly working his way back up to the field. I think the restarts are going to get more and more aggressive because since some drivers are figuring out they can't really gain much track position on a track, they're going to try to gain it on the restarts.
Nashville Sunday. NASCAR. It's on Friday.
The checkered flag is out. Taylor Mark wins this race, and he's going to be kept right with his second.
For the second time in his career, Dale Earnhardt has come home the winner. Out in front is Earnhardt. Safe is third. Coca-Cola hardly any member of the 162,000 gathered in left as they celebrate the victory of Dale Earnhardt. The highlight reel for the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt and the Coke 600. Nice transition to the documentary that was released parts 1 and 2 last week, 3 and 4 coming out this week. The premiere was awesome. I know you're excited about this.
He's a legend, one of the greatest of all time. It's a great story and kind of a way for new fans to be introduced to who Dad was and his impact on the sport. That's what I'm so excited for. Dale, I always hear you on your podcast talk about it, you know, about how you love to see fans wearing his shirt or telling stories, and this is another way to kind of just reintroduce somebody that we were fortunate enough, you know, Mike and Time in the Garage started in the mid-90s.
Am I still on Discord? Yeah, I am.
Firsthand at my own eyes, and I love the new NASCAR fan has a chance to experience the same thing.
I love everything that Prime is doing in the sports world, whether it's on track, on field, on court, or the documentary stuff. Earnhardt is awesome. We encourage you to watch it.
See, Derek Kraus is running 37th, 10 laps down. The only driver that's out of the race is Jimmy Johnson. All right. Chase Elliott's gaining on pit road. Pit crew wasn't doing this in Kansas, but they're trying to redeem themselves here in Charlotte. Come on, Chase. Do something. Still got these laps and then one more stage to go, but come on.
His Coke 600 debut drove through 2 mini boxes, Marty.
Adam Ross Chastain's pit crew came in ranked 18th on pit road, but on that last stop, they gave him 3 spots. Terrific job by those guys. But remember what the road crew went through overnight. Just 3 hours of sleep, getting that backup car ready. Now they're in the top 5, Kim.
Noah Gunnarsson also in the top 5, and I talked to crew chief Drew Wilkinson, he said they wanted to unload better because Saturdays have been a real struggle for him. Well, they did that yesterday. They had a really good day. Noah was happy with that race car. They've had top 15 speed recently.
All right, pace cars in. Byron and Hamlin, side by side. Pretty flags back in the air. Right, Hamlin seems to have a better restart here. Can he side draft Byron? Byron's smart enough to stay away from Hamlin. But this is where Byron pulls away. He gets a great run on the inside. And there goes Byron back to the lead. Elliott trying to make his way through the field. Made some contact with Gragson a couple corners ago. He's trying to make his way on the outside.
Good stuff on the restart.
Remember, Chase Elliott was close to winning this race in 2020. But, of course, they made the wrong decision on the last restart. Oh, contact! Austin Dillon has spun. Daniel Suarez collects Larson and collects Justin Haley. Blaney already involved. Caution is out. Huge wreck. And Byron and Kyle Larson's night just keeps getting worse. Zane Smith just wrecked out of the race. Caution before.
And we know the sense of urgency when you return to the green flag. We saw it there, and this is what happens. Everybody starts.
Wow.
All those patience, all those understanding.
This is going to be the part where caution breeds cautions, all because of Zane Smith's crash.
The pressure building. All right, 12.
We almost had an accident between Chase Elliott and Gragson. This was the actual accident. Yeah. Austin Dillon just got... No, that wasn't Austin Dillon. That was Chase Briscoe. I apologize. Chase Briscoe got squeezed by Suarez and Blaney. He just had nowhere to go.
Nemechek had lost that track position. Able to drive through, avoid the incident.
Yeah, Larson just got back on the lead lap.
Yeah, Larson just had nowhere to go. Suarez was just going down the track, and he had just sitting passenger at that point.
It's gone.
Be interested to see how much this impacts Briscoe.
Got through there okay without too much.
Yeah, Briscoe actually did not get much damage at all.
I actually think maybe a little bit of damage to the nose, but I agree with you, Dale. You know, I can see a lot of pushing and bang on the wowers. The wowers. We right had one the lap before. They got 3 wide, the 9 got in there, they got it all squeezed together. think that's what people forget is that these speeds, you just have to pick a slot, try to find your way through.
Bell right there. Get through. New spotter. Working through there.
He backed it way down too, didn't he? Caution number 6. Free pass goes to Josh Berry.
Yeah, this has not been a good double for Larson.
Larson has gone to the garage.
Finally gets the opportunity to run both races, and
And the last time we had a
he's now winning tonight.
Smith who got it in the wall. He's Trevor.
Yeah, I'm here with Zane Smith, who had that huge impact.
Man, the last two doubles for Larson has just been really disappointing. Plates the Indy 500 in 24. Then he didn't even get to race in the Coca-Cola 600 because that got rained out. And then now this year, he's wrecked out of both races. Man. If I'm Larson, I would still try to attempt it because it just seems like it's just bad luck at this point. I mean, that was a mistake at Indy, but there was also like weather that was a factor as well.
Solid young driver. Mentioned Larson's in the garage. Crew chief for Thames.
Just a reminder, in today's world, you have the ability to repair these cars. You're not out of the race automatically. You have that in the past to get assistance to the garage, but it's still a limited list of components you're allowed to change. You just can't change everything. And I spent some time at NASCAR this week and kind of go over this. The other thing they reminded me is that once you get back in the garage, it's their responsibility to look the car over, make sure structurally, they also believe the safety things that need to be intact are still intact. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, it's not been a year. He's already had 4 DNFs this season. This is trending towards the 5th. Let's listen into the radio.
Yeah, Blaney, who won the Coca-Cola 623, is going to be out of this race.
Racetrack and just runs everybody out of room. Absolutely see his point. Suarez just, I think Suarez thought he was clear at the 19. Just run out of too tight a spot for 3 race cars right there. And everybody's racing hard on the restart. Doesn't want to give up any positions.
So, I'm not sure which is more frustrating because I think probably they're equally as frustrating. Some years you just don't have the speed. That's not been Ryan Blaney's year. Now tonight maybe they didn't have the speed, but it's been the year of if it finishes impressive, right? If you look at his last 5 races, 2/3, 2/5, and a 37, right? Like he's there. He's always there. He has great.
Yeah, this is another DNF for Ryan Blaney.
Of course, don't seem to have it, but it's either like a top 5 or end of the day.
And Kyle Larson hopping out of the car. Thinking what could have been
Won this race 2 years ago.
for his double weekend. Got some hitters
Our 3rd stage
in the back.
Coca-Cola 600. Tonight we race to remember.
Honoring the fall. Sergeant Robert Robbie John Londor Jr., United States Marine Corps in Oregon. Technical Sergeant Scott E. Duffman, United States Air Force. Thank you. Sergeant Brett Gornowitz, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Juantre Tyrone Bradley Sr., United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Bobby C. Franklin, North Carolina Army, National Guard.
Corporal Reynold Armand, United States Marine Corps.
Staff Sergeant Sean Gregory Landers, United States Army. It's an honor.
Oh, man. Oh, Ross Chastain's running in 3rd. Could be possible for Ross Chastain to come from last to winning the race.
Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan: to make sure you keep yours.
Meet the IHOP House Faves value menu. Everything's just $6. Like the breakfast faves combo, $6. French toast breakfast, $6. all this and all that. That's a lot of breakfast for $6. Weekdays at IHOP.
We have a very special bond, I think, as a family. Spectrum is the connecting thread to everything we do.
It provides us with reliability, lightning speeds, and allows us to do what we need to do in our lives.
From school to homework to entertainment, Spectrum's the perfect match for me and my family.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Due to Toyota Gazoo Racing, there are a lot of unofficial rules. Rules like only pass cars in the lanes. Don't drive on the grass. When you win, be humble. You know what they say. Rules are made to be broken. Win.
More speed, more action, more drama, more emotions, more adrenaline. This is NASCAR. Real contact. Rivalry without limits. A unique experience without limits. And it's all going down at the Autodromo at Manos Rodriguez. Feel the energy. Feel the intensity. You can get your tickets now at NASCARMexico.com.
Couple of cautions here. First half of stage number 3. Driver starting to put it on the edge. The one thing that has not changed, those.
All right, restart.
Byron, Denny Hamlin.
Byron and Hamlin side by side again. Chastain in third.
Here they come. Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone awaits.
Chase Elliott back in fifth. Green flags back in the air.
Side by side up front. Denny's got momentum.
Oh, Elliott with a run under Chastain. And Hamlin trying to get a run on Byron. But Byron is just good for 3 and 4 on those restarts.
P3 on the restart.
What a corner by William Byron. They were door to door on the backstretch, and he gained 3.5 car lengths in 1 quarter. Those far to the inside down here in 1 and 2. He's going to be side by side with Denny Hamlin down the back straightaway with 70.
Yeah, Hocevar trying to make a run on Hamlin, trying to get to the lead.
From 39th, the start of the 90s, trying to get the runner-up spot for one of the best in Denny Hamlin.
Denny's going to clear off the 4. Impressive work by Hocevar there. Not able to make the pass, but still. They're trying to go back at it here.
His confidence has got to be really growing right now.
Yeah, it is. And that's sometimes it's the problem because he gets a little bit too excited, oversteps a little bit. But right now he's doing a really good job. Hammering this race car right around the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick back there in 4th, Allmendinger 5th. Allmendinger had a great restart as well.
Chastain slid back to 6th on the restart.
Gotta get Collie a hand here, man.
Yeah, Chastain did not have a good restart. He fell out to 6th. Elliott in 7th. Got clogged up on the bottom line. Now he's trying to pass Chastain for 6th.
Handicapped them when they went to the tracks where they're strong, and that'd be the road courses. I look at what AJ's doing now on these intermediates, all the speed they're bringing to the racetrack. And then I think about the schedule that awaits in the summertime. Allmendinger's going to have a real shot to go out and win on the road courses because he's so good at it. They got really fast cars right now, Trevor.
I'm here with Ryan Blaney, who had an unfortunate timing of a caution early on and just pitted, and then trapped you. You got to wave around, claw your way back, and it looked like things were finally going your way with that caution happening.
Yeah, finally got back to close to the top 10, and I don't really know. I see a replay. I feel like we're just tied off the floor, 3 wide, and just kind of bounced off each other.
Yeah, Hocevar still trying to battle Hamlin.
Not going to finish, but appreciate Bobby Armachillo for everything that happened, and for everything for this weekend, and Memorial Day weekend special. And,
And there goes Hocevar. Good pass Hamlin here.
Almost clear. He run 3 and 4.
Running the edge of that bottom, but he can't quite clear Hamlin. And Byron is liking this because he's going to get away from these two battling for second. But Hosevar lost a lot of ground there, but Hamlin's gained it a lot in 3 and 4.
Those two racing. Reddick starting to step his way up toward the duo. There's Chastain, a couple of Chevys. Chase Elliott right behind him. We'll go back to Blaney for a minute. Talk about the 5 DNFs. Look at our leaderboard. Despite the
Elliott's now got a good run on Chastain.
Plus 93. It speaks to what you said, Steve. When they're off and they have a bad day, it's terrible. But when they perform, boy, do they get the sweet spot.
And it's all day in the stages. They're gobbling up points every chance they are when they're on the racetrack. You see the 1 of Chastain, the 9 of
Yeah, but those drivers on the outside are just able to get away in 3 and 4.
Because we haven't seen winning speed out of either yet, but they are 2 adjustments away. They've been inside the top 10 once the one kind of got there, starting the back of the backup car. They are just one small adjustment, something to get this car to come alive, or maybe even the track will continue to come to them.
I feel like 2 for Chase Elliott.
Oh, Chastain. Oh, looked like he got sideways there for a second, but he's okay.
Nice things together. Back to Trevor.
Kyle Larson, who's had a busy month of May. Kyle, what happened there at the end of the month?
I can't even hear a thing I'm thinking. So, no, it's just, I don't know. I saw smoke and I tried to get left through the infield and I just didn't get far enough left. So, yeah, I got tagged and ended our night. So, just a bummer of a day all around. Just, these are mistakes on my end. Yeah, I didn't realize I was super loose in the 3. I don't know where really the base, off the wall.
Oh, Hamlin. Oh, what's up, Jader?
Sorry about not showing up today. My mom's car kind of decided to die.
Wow.
How's the race though?
Byron's been dominating.
Is he the 2021 Larson?
Yeah, pretty much. Hamlin just took the lead from Byron as we're speaking. He finally got past Byron after 100-something laps.
Honestly, William Byron should attempt the double.
I think if anyone should, I think it should be Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. But yeah, Hamlin was able to get the run off of 3 and 4, that strong corner, and finally was able to pass Byron. It just seemed like with William Byron, whoever caught up to him just stalled because he had clean air. But Hamlin was finally able to pass him. Now Hosevar is going to challenge William Byron for second.
Hosevar?
Yeah, he's running good.
In Charlotte? Unheard of.
Because he had an 8.5-second lead. He didn't know if he would make adjustments. Dale just said he thought the 24 might beat him. I agree. You're on the curve. You're moving back up.
I'll tell you, the first half I was about to fall asleep, but now it's exciting.
And this race is so long. 36 to go in stage 3. You got a full stage left for 100 laps in stage 4.
And I would just give the credit to the 11 for getting better, and I'm sure they have. But the 77 is here as well. The 24 definitely lost a step.
So your top 10 as we run is Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Carson Hosevar, Tyler Reddick, AJ Allmendinger, Ross Chastain, Chase Elliott, Chase Briscoe, Noah Gragson, and now Ryan Preece is going to challenge Gragson for 9th. But yeah, here's the funny thing about Kyle Larson. Every single race, he's like Dale Sr. But when it's the double, he's like Cody Ware.
That's so true, though.
I mean, honestly, to be fair, he's just had really bad luck.
Wait, but didn't Tony Stewart win the double, or he just won Indy?
He's never won any in the double.
So, oh no, because when he's won the Indy 500.
No, he hasn't. I think his best finish in the Indy 500 was like 3rd. I think at 600 he's finished 6th, or it's the other way around.
I don't remember. Alright, let's see if I can turn into the race through like YouTube or something.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm watching off of my sister's account.
Your sister's account? You're watching the race on your sister's account?
Yep.
That's funny. It's up in NASCAR Coke 600.
Yeah. And also, Indy 500. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was unpredictable, but the only thing that was predictable was the winner, Alex Palou.
What lap on you on? I'm on lap 266.
I'm on lap 269.
Damn. Right, look for another one.
That's funny. Yeah, only 30 laps to go for stage 3.
Alright. I'm at lap 67. 267.
Yeah, I'm on 270.
Alright, not too far.
Captain Ronald W. Ford, United States Marine Corps.
Yeah. Chase Elliott's. Oh, excuse me. All right. Chase Elliott's doing better in this race. His pit crew's finally been showing results. He's slowly getting up to the front. But what were you gonna say?
That Hocevar is the best Spire car.
Oh, he is. He just hasn't had the finishes to show it.
I think he's gonna finish top 5 in this Coke 600.
I have a feeling it's all going to be chaos at the end. Because everybody's going to be tired, they're going to make more mistakes, and they're going to be more desperate.
Yeah. Lap 269 out of 4. This race is ain't over for shit.
Yeah,
This race is not over.
Yeah, so for the first time in my watch party history, I was doing the double. I streamed the Indy 500, now we're streaming the Coke 600.
Was the Indy 500 on Fox cable or not?
Yeah, I was on Fox, like Antenna Fox channels.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
I want to get a TV so I can watch racing, like NASCAR, in my room, like a mini TV or something.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Chase Briscoe's trying. Oh, Christopher Bell with a big run on the bottom. Gregson's going to slide up.
Jimmy finished last?
Yeah, he got involved in a wreck earlier.
Ain't no way.
He's watched other than the Daytona 500.
Special bond, I think, as a family. Spectrum is the connecting thread to everything we do.
It provides us with reliability, lightning speeds, and allows us to do what we need to do in our lives.
From school to homework to entertainment, Spectrum is the perfect match for me and my family.
Yeah, but to explain how like the Indy 500 went earlier, just a bunch of chaos. He had a bunch of people stalling in their pit stall, a bunch of people crashing into the wall, a bunch of people crashing in the pit lane. Scott McLaughlin even crashed on the pace lap. He didn't even see the green flag.
Yeah, that's kind of depressing. I saw that on Instagram. That was kind of sad.
Yeah, I did. Marco Andretti crashed in lap 1.
Yeah, when he was doing the pace lap, I feel like when he kind of like was warming the tires, he kind of like slammed on the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's just warming them up too much because they were cold.
Yeah, I feel like he should have warmed them up on the straightaway, on the back straightaway.
And then Larson forgot he was driving IndyCar instead of a stock car, and he just got loose on the apron. I took a few cars out. I mean, honestly, I feel really bad for Larson. He just had bad luck the last 2 seasons. And the race was probably chaotic today because they had a couple of weather delays.
Yeah.
But, man, Alex Palou is on Max Verstappen mode. He's only lost 1 race this entire year.
That's true.
And his worst finish was 2nd.
Alex Palou versus Max Verstappen. Let's see if that happens.
Honestly, I think these IndyCar drivers could actually compete with F1 drivers because if you know, it's like Pato O'Ward and like
the thing is, Indy cars are faster than F1 cars.
not at road courses, but at super speedways, yes.
Yeah, they are. Not at road. The thing is, people are so stupid because Indy car drivers,
they have no power steering.
Yeah. They go to not NASCAR. They go to Formula One. It's the same thing. Well, for them at least, it's gonna feel the same. A little different, yeah. But like they're gonna get used to it, like fast.
Yeah. So top 3 is under a blanket right now. Hamlin, Byron, Hocevar. Hocevar trying to challenge Byron for second. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if Hocevar wins this race. I might have been vocal about him a few times this year, but I don't care. I'll be happy.
I really want Hocevar to win, but remember, it's only lap 276.
Another thing, another innovation we want to point out is this one here, the burn bar. What is this?
Yeah.
This is basically how much fuel William Byron is burning.
Byron did not have that good of a corner right there. Hocevar on his tail. Well, never mind. Just a little more of a gap. But yeah, the tricky corner this entire race has been turn 4. And Hamlin just wiggled right there. And that's going to let Byron gain some time. Hamlin blocking for his life. And Byron cannot pass him at the moment. Oh, man. As I was saying, turn 4 has been the danger corner this entire race. Most of the accidents happened there. I'll say this, the Amazon Prime coverage already, like the first 30 laps, was already a lot better than Fox the entire 5 years.
Yeah, because there's no commercial on Prime, right?
Well, it's always side by side. Fox didn't even do that. They just show only commercial. And also, Clint Boyer would talk too much. And then, like, Joy would have his senior moments. Harvick was the only one that was carrying Fox.
It's on Amazon Prime Video, right? Where they're streaming the NASCAR. I'm gonna download Amazon Prime and use my mom's account. I'll be right back. Because I was watching it through YouTube. It's already done. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use my mom's account.
Okay.
He is running third. Clearly has a very quick car. Can he, though, make it work in stage 4 here at the Coca-Cola 600? The young man has tons of speed, but can he finish off a race? We're about to find out and maybe become another first-time Cup Series winner in the Coca-Cola 600.
But hey, you know what? We've already gone past the 400-mile mark, so he's already starting to deliver later in the span of a race than what we've seen a lot of times throughout the balance of 2025.
Also, for Hocevar, I want to go back to Texas where his teammate McDowell had a shot at running in the top 5 and kind of gave it away when he lost second place off return 2 and wrecked the car. I'm sure that there was a large conversation amongst everybody in the organization talking about, hey, when we have those opportunities, we have to take them home. This is a young team, maybe not as large as some of the other organizations out here running, as good or better than some of the big teams. Maybe that's something to Hocevar tonight where he can go out there, even though he knows he's got a good enough car to take the win, fight these guys to the win. If that's not possible, can he bring it home in third? Can he bring it home in second? Without taking the big risk and getting himself in trouble. Guys to be inside the 24 here.
Yeah, Hocevar trying to make a move on the bottom, but just got a little bit loose. And Byron's better out of 1 and 2.
Brad Keselowski, 14. They were lapped down, got a free pass, just hanging in, bulldogging it.
Yeah, 15 laps to go in stage 3. And Brad Keselowski's making a comeback. He was already lapped down earlier. Now he's back in 14th. Only 23 cars on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace is the last car on the lead lap.
running where the 24 is, I think he would hate it. Trevor? Yeah, the 6-car Grant Kozlowski that you mentioned, Adam, fighting back from getting that lap down early on. He said earlier that he felt like the speed in the car was really, really good for how bad the balance was. If they could fix that, they'd have some support. Now he finds himself all the way up to 14th position moving forward.
I had 2 crew chiefs in the garage tell me the goal is make sure we're on.
Okay, so my mom forgot her password, so how much is by my account?
Okay.
How much is it a year, or like? How much
It's
is it
like
a monthly?
$14.99 a month.
$14.99.
But here's the thing about Amazon Prime: not just that you get to watch all this stuff, you also get free shipping when you order off of there.
All that's true. Right.
Remember, we pitted with 60-something laps to go in this stage, so these guys are all going to need dang near a full tank of gas. That guy there is longer than tires. So every pint of gas you save is going to speed up your pit stop.
Get into the bottom of the racetrack, slides up in front of the 24. 24 is going to drive down across that way, trying to get in here for exit.
I mean, I don't order off of Amazon as much as I do other stuff, but I think it's an okay deal.
Oh, I got it.
That's good.
I gotta pay the fortune. Okay, let me do the payment plan first.
Oh, no, Hamlin and Byron are battling for the lead once again.
All right, I got it. I got Amazon Prime. Where's the NASCAR? There it is.
Yeah, it's the first one. And Byron trying to make a move to 3 and 4, but Hamlin is just a little bit better out of 3 and 4. But Byron on the corner penalty 11.
Well, I'm on lap
He's going to make the
290.
pass through 1 and 2. And here comes Hocevar in the mix. He's trying to make a move on Denny Hamlin on the bottom. And Byron got into the wall just a little bit, and he's going to lose a little bit of time. But Hocevar going to challenge Hamlin for second. Can he complete the pass on Hamlin? But Hamlin has been a lot better through 3 and 4. And for now,
oh, he's not clear.
Hocevar is not going to pass Hamlin for now. I got 10 laps to go in stage 3, by the way.
I'm on lap 92 now.
Well, yeah, 292 for me. I noticed Amazon Prime works a lot better with the streaming than other stuff.
I actually like this layout. I actually like this. Both SHR, not SHR, JGR cars.
And it feels right having Dale Jr. back in the booth.
There's no way William wins all 3 stages and then wins the race.
Well, statistically, they said most of the drivers that have won stage 1 and stage 2 has went on to win the race. And Byron's already won 1 and 2.
Anyone who finished stage 3 last night.
Yeah, he lost it to Justin Allgaier.
We got to watch Steve as a bartender talking to the puppets, explaining strategy and
I thought, it looked like he tapped the wall a little bit.
Yeah, Hamlin did not get a good corner out of 3 and 4 right there. Telling you, this next restart is going to be insane.
Oh, Hocevar on the bottom.
Yep.
Battle for 5th. Allmendinger is in 5th.
Yeah, Hamlin and Hocevar are not going gentle into that good night. If I say that line correctly.
Staying out of trouble. Chastain 2. Top of the screen.
So is Amazon Prime going to broadcast all the races from now on?
No, they're only going to broadcast.
Or selected.
They're only selected. They're only going to broadcast Coke 600, Nashville, Mexico, Michigan, and Pocono. And then it goes to TNT for a few races after that. And then they're back on NBC.
When is Mexico?
Oh, Hamlin got a good run off 3 and 4. Byron got loose. And now they're side by side once again.
And he passes Byron.
And look at Hocevar making it 3 wide on the bottom. Byron, now a good corner. Hamlin tries to slide up. But just Hocevar just cannot get the run off of 1 and 2. And Hamlin and Byron, side by side. Great battle for the stage win. And Byron's going to clear Hamlin. Like I said, Byron's just got clean air, and he's just a rocket.
What a battle. Yeah. But you said it, Adam. They want to control the field to this next set of pit stops.
It's 600 miles.
Yeah, Hamlin hit the bumps and not get a good exit out of Dream 4 that time. 3 laps to go in stage 3. We still got 100 more laps of this, Jader.
Yeah.
44 years old. And boy, I tell you what, he feels like a young man right now.
Bro, Williams' car is just too good.
There's a lap car ahead, though. It's not going to affect Hamlin. I mean, Byron. 2 laps to go. Could this be a teaser for the finish later on? As Hamlin's going to dive it down to 1. But Byron, just super strong on that outside for turn 2. Here we go. Hamlin's going to send it. And just hits those bumps. Just not could get a good corner like he can earlier. And 1 lap to go for William Byron. William Byron has won stage 1, stage 2, and he looks to win 2 more of the stages. Hocevar trying to make a move on Hamlin. But Byron has been flawless so far. He's going to win stage 3. Hamlin, Hocevar, Tyler Reddick, Chastain, Allmendinger, Bell, Elliott, Chase Briscoe, and Ryan Preece in the top 10.
Third driver to sweep the first 3 stages of the Coke 600. Give it to William Byron in eventful stage 3.
Oh, that was a funny thing. Whenever Blaney, Suarez, and Briscoe wrecked earlier, I got Briscoe mixed up for Austin Dillon because he has the Bass Pro Shop scheme.
Every lap, every moment.
That Logitech car looks so nice.
Winning doesn't come easy. My turn, Bubba.
Oh, I literally cannot wait for NASCAR 25.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
It better be a good game because they hyped it up so much.
What was it? The teasers for the game, like the pictures, it looks so much like 21 Ignition.
Yeah. I mean, I trust it because it's made by iRacing this time, but you never know.
He's out of both races.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Larson just had really bad luck today. He was leading the first part of the race in Charlotte, but he spun, worked his way back on the lead lap, but then got collected in a different accident.
Join more than 7 million adults like Michael who've taken Ozempic.
As touring musicians, my type 2 diabetes could have slowed us down, but I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I'm lowering my A1C and lost some weight too.
Yeah, I feel like Larson will eventually do good at the Indy at the double. He just gotta have his cars fall into the right place and not have weather disrupt it.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking it. Get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking the sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk.
Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Goodyear still the only tire.
All right, they're back on air, so.
Charlotte on the same day.
Let's see. These pit stops could determine the race here.
Pit road going to open here, and we'll get a very important set of stops as we wrap the third stage of the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron out front. He's led 225 laps and swept the first three stages. Now the hometown driver trying to finish the deal. Byron Hamlin, host of our
Oh, yeah, that's right. William Byron's from Charlotte. Around that area, so this is his hometown race. All right.
What did I tell you? I'm going to the Coke Zero this year again.
Yeah, he told me. Everybody's pitting, by the way. Let's see. Who can have the better pit stop? Looks like you're going 4 tires on William Byron. Oh, a little slower stop for Byron, 10.6 seconds. Can any of these drivers capitalize? Reddick's slower. And Hamlin is away, 9.2 seconds. And he's going to clearly beat Byron off pit road. And so does Hocevar.
Hocevar 9.6.
Wow. So Byron loses 2 spots.
Byron gains 1, and William and Hocevar gains 1.
We'll reset the running order in just a moment. First, let's check in with Danielle and the guy.
I wonder how Chase Elliott did, because it looks like he got jammed between a couple of cars there.
Is that LaJoy?
Yeah.
You know, oh, it's Carl Edwards.
Yep.
Then I thought jiu-jitsu, right? We got a black belt, Denny Hamlin. We got Byron, a solid purple belt. Hocevar, put stripes on that white belt. Just an amazing chest.
Bro, honestly, I really miss Carl Edwards racing.
Tell us what that's like. It's a super true to watch Denny being the black belt, turn the intensity up when he needs to, turn it down when he needs to put himself.
But honestly, I think he just got. I think like multiple factors. Hated being away from his family. Got scared after that Homestead crash, and just hated the whole gimmick thing of the playoffs.
And Hocevar, unbelievable, right? He's creeping up there.
Oh, Chase Elliott's in. Oh wait, no, he's not in 5th. He's in 8th. Oh, Chase Elliott lost spots on pit road. Darn it. He lost 1 position. He just needs to not restart on the inside, because I notice most drivers besides Byron that have restarted on the inside get backed up and they get forced to the middle of the pack. Yeah, now, here's the challenge for William Byron. Since his pit crew did not have a good stop, can he pass Hamlin and Hocevar?
Yeah. Hocevar's going to be an aggressive blocker. I know that.
Yeah. Well, the key is, since you're on the front row, it's not about blocking. It's about getting as good as a run as you can.
Let me have my moments before I touch you.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Oh, by the way, did I show you I got my manual transmission?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. So I got a major announcement. Finally, after years, I was able to get the Chase Elliott 124 Mountain Dew diecast from 2018.
Wait, did you show us in the group chat, or did you show? No, you showed the display case.
Yeah, I haven't sent it yet, but I ordered it off of eBay for $75. Finally, they had to go cheap. Yeah, and it's been going for like 100 to 120.
Oh, you got it for a good price then.
Yeah, so I sniped it when I saw it.
I need my freaking Austin Dillon 124 Richmond win. I never got notification to order it.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed off. Here, let me look it up again. Hold up.
I think you should have been able to get it. It should be through the mail soon.
No. I pre-ordered it. I didn't buy it yet. And I put on my email that send me a notification before I can buy it. I never got it. So I don't think it's still. Do you think it's still like? Do you think it's not even out yet?
Oh no, it's Austin Dillon. His diecast is still out. Or you mean the
No,
shipping?
like the Richmond card, the Richmond win card.
Oh yeah, it's out. It's been out for a while.
Dude, yeah, like I asked for a notification and never sent.
These aren't huge changes of direction. This isn't hit or doesn't hit. It comes down to how long you dare sit in that pit box. You have to pay the piper at some point. So if Hamlin needs a little bit more fuel,
All right.
Do I buy it?
Well, I thought you already bought it.
No,
I pre-ordered
I
it.
pre-ordered it. Yeah, and I made it where like when it releases, then I'll pay the rest. I never got the notification for it.
Well, that's up to you.
It's 85 plus. Let me see.
It's up more because of the tariffs.
Oh yeah. Wonder how much it is now.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Like, I also not just got the Chase Elliott diecast from eBay, but I ordered William Byron's 2024 Darlington throwback, and I got it for $75 off of Lionel. But here it is. It wasn't really Lionel. It was my state's taxes that made it go up really high.
That's crazy.
Because I live in stupid Illinois.
Florida's worse.
Well, actually, no, Florida's actually not that bad. You have it. Be thankful for what you have. Don't be. Just be thankful you're not here.
Did the 120? Did the 164? Did the 164s go up at your Walmart?
Oh yeah, they went up to 864. Honestly, I'm just gonna buy them off the line because you get better quality, although you got to pay a little bit more. Because honestly, I just won't get the authentics anymore if they're going to be that high because of Walmart raising it like that.
All right, here comes the restart.
Here comes the restart. Hocevar, Hamlin. What can Hocevar do? And can Hamlin hold the lead? We're going to find out. Less than 100 to go in Charlotte. Oh, even restart with Hocevar. And Tyler Reddick is trying to give Hocevar a push. Oh! Hocevar just blew an engine right in front of Tyler Reddick.
Oh, no!
Unfortunate for Hocevar. And that's going to cause an accident right behind. Wow. 2 cars.
Oh, no! No!
Hocevar. And who else?
Wow. Caution number 8. And it's for Carson Hocevar.
No way!
From 39th to 2nd.
Wow.
The doorstep of competing for his first.
That's so unfortunate.
Blows up and sits idle on the back straightaway.
That's actually really disappointing. He had a shot to winning that race.
No fucking way.
Like, if it wasn't for his engine, he was probably going to pass Hamlin there.
He was gonna pass Hamlin.
And he just blew up, and then Chris Buescher wasn't able to avoid him, and he got collected. The crazy luck that these drivers have this year. Keselowski has really bad luck. Kyle Busch has really bad luck, and Hocevar has bad luck. And Chase Elliott has a bad pit crew.
No way, bro. I'm sad. I'm depressed. Bro, Hocevar's not getting any. Bro, his luck, dude, it's just awful.
Looks like my Dell Senior sign was about to fall.
But he doesn't want to hear this now early in his career. But I've seen enough out of this young man, Inspire, that he's going to have more. He's going to have more opportunities to win races. This one's going to stink. but it was very impressive.
David, a lot of stretch points tonight. 15 for him. That helps him minimize the damage. And here's the other thought as he climbs out of the race car. Average running position for him tonight, 9.4. That's after he started in the 39th position.
Wow. I wonder if there's going to be anyone that hits in the back, but your tires are not even that old. You probably don't need a pit right now.
Yeah.
And then there is race experience. And what he just was able to do all night, restarting in the top 2 or 3 rows with William Bynes.
Yeah, but I like his Amazon coverage a lot better than Fox already.
That's information, Dale. You can't get off video. You can't get off a book. You can't have a conversation with an experienced driver. I really believe you have to build that much of knowledge on your own. And that's what Carson wants. He's a more valuable race car driver after this DNF than he was before the race started today. The stats won't show it, but what he did tonight has definitely filled his information up and with better next week.
This caution also comes the Hamilton's calls. They're trying to save fuel, trying to get those caution laps, trying to be able to shorten up that pit stop. They're going to have to take
Yeah, hopefully that wasn't so.
stage. Out there riding around, shut the car, cycle the engine, and save a bit of gas.
Yeah, right. The gamble was with 100 laps to go, and now the gamble looks like it's paying off.
A caution of the night comes out early in stage 4. Disappointment for Carson Osavar.
Yeah, honestly, I feel really bad for Hocevar.
Yeah, I really do. Tough luck for Chris Buescher as well. But he's fine. He looks fine.
At NASCAR, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us.
You know what I'm really enjoying, dude? And what I'm really enjoying? Logano's doing terrible tonight. He's in one lap down in 23rd, and he's been mainly running in the 30s most of the race. The only reason why he's up there is because he's had accidents. The dude's a fraud.
Got involved. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, by the way, I'm speaking to you from a new phone I got a week ago.
Oh, I got you. What phone did you get?
I got a Samsung A165G.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, my phone was like 3.5 years old, and it just wouldn't charge. Like, no matter what charger I would use, it just would not charge back up.
I got you.
So I just, and I kind of thought it was getting on its last days because it was just acting like really slow. And I was already complaining about it before it broke.
Yeah.
So then I got this one, and oh my goodness, when I first got it, I wasn't used to the speed at all. There could be a chance that not just I go to the Cup Series race, an Xfinity race later on, but I could be going to the IndyCar race in St. Louis in a couple weeks.
Ooh, let me know how that goes.
Yeah, I mean it's a possibility because my aunt.
How much are the tickets?
Well, I'm not sure, but my aunt gets like free tickets because she works for Worldwide Technology, and she's possibly giving them to me if she doesn't forget.
Got you.
And they're like 4 free tickets. So that means I can take my dad for Father's Day and then whoever else I want to bring along. And they can bring their dad along. Hope my dad's not listening. I already talked about his Father's Day gift.
I'm surprised what we've seen here in Charlotte, only because as we talked off the top of the broadcast tonight, the level of motivation after the disappointment in Indy. And he came out.
Yeah, Larson's leaving the track. I wouldn't blame him. Yeah, so Tony Stewart's been the only Cup driver to successfully complete the double. I think Robbie Gordon also completed it too, but Stewart's the one that's finished the best.
Yeah.
Up into the field here after a tough night off the field.
Yeah, honestly, I'm in love with my case. I'm not gonna lie.
How much did it cost?
$150 before tax on Lionel.
That's wild.
But I like it a lot better because it's more of a stand. I don't have to put it on my wall and have PTSD of it about to fall.
Yeah.
All right, Hamlin and Byron side by side once again. I think Bell's in third, Reddick's in fourth, Chastain fifth, Chase Elliott in sixth. Yes, Chase is on the outside. But I have a feeling that cautions are just going to breed cautions now.
Hamlin driving, Coach Gibbs. That means he should be good.
Well, don't forget, Byron's won the Daytona 500 this year. He could win the Coca-Cola 600 for another crown jewel. But here we go. Green flags back in the air. Tyler Reddick really giving Hamlin a push. Oh no, Elliott picked the inside. Interesting. Oh, wow. Oh, Elliott did not have a good corner. Wow. Horrible restart. That's why I said I hate starting on that inside. But Allmendinger threaded the needle, and he's up in the top 5.
Austin Dillon passing Briscoe, but not clear.
And Hamlin and Byron side by side. Byron trying to slide up. And Byron completes the pass.
He is clear. He will pass Byron.
Byron is the only guy that can have a good car in turn 1 and 2. Everybody else just stinks for that corner.
The 20 of Christopher Bell is there.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's falling back in 10th after that restart. Yeah, now Reddick is about to pass Denny Hamlin. And Reddick's going to pull the slide job on Denny Hamlin. And what a sin. He's going to complete the pass for second. But Hamlin, not done yet. Trying to side draft.
It's two heavyweight boxers just standing in the ring, trading blows, time after time, lap after lap, and we still have 84 to go.
And I thought Bell was going to make a play on the restart. He is bringing back Allmendinger with a little rally here. Ross Chastain a part of the mix.
Racing's gotten good. Christopher Bell's running in 7th place right now.
I don't believe he's thinking that, actually. It's coming to the end of this race.
Yeah, Reddick finally clears Hamlin, but will Hamlin get a good run in 3 and 4? The more they battle, the more they're going to let Byron get away. Someone's got to challenge Byron. But I know these drivers got to hit one more time. Man, can these Toyotas stop battling each other and try to catch up to Byron?
It was a heck of a battle, and like I said, it started on corner entry. Check this out. Hamlin leading, Byron second. Watch how much the 24 gives up on entry right here. This is going to be just to help his corner speed. Look right here. Back to the gas, turns to the bottom. Look at that acceleration. Took a lot away from Bell as well, which started his downfall.
Yeah, Allmendinger's having a good run tonight. Right beside Ross Chastain for 6th, I believe.
I'm going to tell you, Allmendinger, so impressed. Just hung
That's
around
5th.
all night.
Never mind.
Done a good job.
Oh, Austin Dillon's running 8th.
Your top 3 right there in line. Chastain's clear in 4th.
So Austin Dillon's been slugging it out as well. Don't forget, Dillon won his first career race here in 2017 off of field mileage.
He almost won 2022. if he didn't get hit in the bump in the rear by Hamlin.
Yeah.
On Saturday, is Chase Briscoe.
Oh, Briscoe got a little loose up high. Almost took out Allmendinger right there.
We're seeing what this team is capable of if they can put all the pieces together.
So, when I was thinking performance on Saturday.
Oh, wow. Briscoe trying to block Allmendinger, but Allmendinger just strong on it outside.
Now, maybe Hamlin back on the 45 to finish that point. I was thinking it was, hey, we just need to.
And Hamlin's going to try to pass Reddick back, and he does.
They have a better idea what they needed for a setup because they had speed before they wrecked. 19 finally able to clear. Allmendinger, but fire on the pipes. He had to lift off the gas. He's back under attack.
Man, even with him beating Byron off the pit road, that still didn't do anything.
When you look at the standings, and Briscoe in that category, the same. Chastain comes in with a decent little margin over the cut line, and certainly A.J. Allmendinger in that group as well.
And just remind everyone, these drivers have been in the car now for multiple hours, right? We are 322 laps into this race. A normal 500-mile race, they're at 367.
But Hamlin's closing on Byron, though.
They're fresh, like they just jumped in the car. Their mental focus is absolutely tested.
And with only 8 cautions, not a lot of reset opportunities for any of these guys.
You saw the 11 pass 24 earlier. I believe the 11 is better when you move down. Oh, the 24 defensive, a lane lower.
I love it, man. It's fun to watch. I know this car frustrates the driver sometimes with how it works, but it turns.
Yeah, that's going to be between Hamlin and Byron.
It's almost great racing as we're watching this 24 try to keep this 11. 11's faster. The 24 knows it. Look at the 24 moving around, uncomfortable. He's going to go wherever that 11 is if he can.
That's right. Now what? He went a lane lower, the 11 chased him. If the 24 goes down now, the 11's going to run the top.
Well, he just has to keep Denny guessing and keep changing what he's doing. You can't do the same thing twice.
See the focus. That's looking back and laying on everything. But he glances down towards Cameron, towards us. See his eyes keep looking down, really focus on that. Let's zoom in. Just watch him. I'm going to do it on corner exit because that's when he's going to check his gear, right? So watch his eyes right here.
Yeah, Hamlin trying to high line from 1 and 2. Yeah, pretty much Byron's near driving right now.
Looking out back, just like your SUV at home with the brand new car you bought, they have rear view cameras. He doesn't have to look up to the mirror. He's looking down on the dash, getting a high depth view of the car behind him.
Oh, look at that. Hamlin discloses he's gotten to Byron. But there's a lap car in the way. Byron uses it as a pick.
Land defense, new part of the game in NASCAR 2025.
All gas and no brakes so far in these last coming laps. Yep, Hamlin finally got to Byron's quarter panel. And now he's going to lead that lap, but can he complete the pass on Byron? Oh, they touch. Racing's been insane. And Hamlin finally completes the pass on Byron. That's insane. He just sucked the air off of Byron and got a huge lead.
Yes, contact right there between both cars. We saw this. Denny jumps into the lead. Now can he drive away? In the stage before, the 24 closed the gap.
Yeah, Elliott's falling back to 11th. It's the same cycle for Chase Elliott every race. He qualifies mid, works his way to the front. His pit crew has a bad pit stop, and then he finishes top 15. I mean, it's just annoying at this point. Like, it's happened every single race. It's called the Chase Elliott cycle.
The Elliott cycle.
Yep.
70 to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Denny Hamlin leads William Locker. Tonight, we race to remember.
Major David Gray, United States Air Force. Thank you. Sergeant Carl Edward Eddie McGee Jr.
Man, Reddick is really growing that mullet.
Master Sergeant Jose J. Gonzalez, United States Army. Captain Robert Michael C. Sheridan, United States Marine Corps.
Specialist Eric M. Finnegan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Justin R. Whiting, United States Army.
First Lieutenant Matthew Robert Davis, United States Marine Corps. I am honored.
Man, Jimmy Johnson's starting to look like a grandpa now. That's sad.
Is that a picture of Dale Jr.?
Yeah, back when he was driving National Guard car. And Byron has closed the gap on Hamlin again, but that lap car is going to slow down Byron. Oh, no, it doesn't. Wow. I'm telling you, Byron's got a rocket on the long runs. Hamlin just got to take Byron's line away. But they're side by side once again. Byron's going to slide up in front of Hamlin. Hamlin going to try to cross him over. On the quarter panel, barely. He's going to be side by side with Byron. But man, Byron's car is just strong. And Hamlin cannot hold it in the middle. And Byron is going to get past him on the outside for the lead. Yeah, Hamlin and Byron's just basically in like a heavyweight fight so far. Like, honestly, this is better than earlier, though. But I think it was like stage 2. By the end of stage 2, Byron had like a 10-second gap. That's how far he was ahead.
Give this town a chance. Why? Because maybe then we'll finally know more about Dad. You guys? Yeah. What kind?
Those guys call it take a lot of work to get that Russell. I reckon. I can help with that. Two times in this world. Those baby brakes. Look at the gas.
It's like Briscoe's trying to make a move on Reddick. But Hamlin. Yeah, Byron's got the best car. Hamlin's got the second best car.
65 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. The battle for the lead continues to be outstanding. Who do you got? William, Byron, getting Hamlin every lap. The momentum seems to change for these two.
Yeah, as soon as someone takes the lead, you think that they're going to drive away, but they don't. And right here, Denny Hamlin leading the race, sees the lap car, has to adjust his line. The 24 doesn't carry his car. Down the front straightaway, going to fake high.
Yeah, that lap car messed up Hamlin more than it did Byron. I was looking at the replay.
Up the racetrack tight, can't finish the throttle. Side by side back straight away from the lead. The 24 clears of the green. Now Danny Hamlin on the right, trying to do the same exact thing. Just work his way to that left rear quarter panel. You see that fire out the pipes. That's the lift point of both race cars. On board with Danny Hamlin. Inches, trying to get inches. And let's remind everybody, 63 laps to go. We're inside the field window. If you think now you could make it, I would expect 5 laps or so. We're going to see green flag pit stops, and it will be a duel off the road. Will have to be crystal clean.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to hit first, Byron or Hamlin, or did they hit at the same time? Hey, if some of these people, well, Steve Letarte just said that you can make it on fuel if you pit right now. So I wonder if anyone's going to take advantage and pit early. If I'm Chastain, I'd throw a Hail Melon, and I would try to do that right now. And Chastain's not that far back now. He's only less than a second behind. Chastain was close to winning this race in 22 as well, and then got caught up in an accident.
Final stop's coming up very shortly. And remember on the run before this one, Denny Hamlin told Chris Gale, when I'm out front, I'm 2-3. He tried to hold on to the lead, was not able to do that, and he told Gale on the radio after he lost the lead to Byron, I need to be more tight. I have to be tighter if you want me out front. And I tell you what, these two get to racing each other, Adam. Guess who's right behind? Ross Chastain. He's now in third.
He's just laying in wait. You're exactly right, Marty. In a very good position is Ross Chastain.
Let's not forget, last time on pit road, we saw variance of pit stop times, and I'm equating that to how much fuel was on board. Hamlin the fastest, so he has the least. Does he need extra fuel? Byron was there for 10.4. He has the most. Allmendinger, Briscoe, you kind of see the variance. Longer pit stop, more fuel in, shorter pit stop. You left the pump without getting full. We'll see if it pays off the opposite here at this next week.
Maybe if you do pit early, that's going to be a longer pit stop because that's some more fuel you guys have.
We talked about the drivers, but the pit crews as well. I mean, you have to be buttoned up, no mistakes here.
Well, NASCAR insights. I've been quoting those ranks all night about restarts and defense. Well, let me throw pit crew rank. William Byron, fourth tonight. Denny Hamlin.
Well, here's first car on pit road, Austin Dillon.
Yeah.
Not a bad stop for him. I don't think he's going to gain a lot of time, though. Allmendinger trying to pass Tyler Reddick. Now, Allmendinger's running in the top 5 right now. It was almost a crash between John Hunter Nemechek and Todd Gilliland. Yeah, Nemechek hit the wall right there.
Scored 13 stage points.
But no caution.
So much, that's a lot of debris.
Trying to use those pressure. It's not a big advantage like Darlington or Miami. We have a ton of fall off, but it's still over a second faster. Every lap we have 3 tires. We saw that mistake there around the 42, and this is the time of the race where.
But you know, quietly, SVG's running 17th.
Yeah, he's running pretty good.
The middle mistakes start to show up for some teams. And on pit road.
Maybe he's starting to figure out the ovals.
Jump on equipment, jump on the middle side of it. We'll see if some of these drivers start showing us that.
3 keys to me on this cycle of pit stops: execute, execute, execute. Right?
So easy to say, so hard to do. AJ Allmendinger trying to get around.
I wonder if there's anyone going to try to stretch it and hope for a caution. Because everybody can make it on the end now. To the end now. It's just that you could try to stretch it out and hope for a caution.
Thrown at him. The man that won this race in 2020 in the game and in line for a great finish.
Now, if you're asking, look, if new tires are faster, why don't you just pit down and put them on very simply? Length of track, time on pit road. Pitting under green here puts you down a lap. Austin Dillon early is 1 lap down, but caution comes out. The strategy is of no benefit. They'll get the free pass, be back on the lead lap, but no track position because of it. Just not quite enough race car to be able to get up there and get up the side of the 45.
Yeah, so a review of your top 10. We got Byron, Hamlin, Chastain, Briscoe, Reddick, Allmendinger, Bell, Keselowski, McDowell, and Aaron Jones in 10. Austin Dillon was the first one to fit.
I think they've improved slightly on the 1.5 mile stuff.
And here's Christopher Bell going on pit road.
Bell was 7th, gives up the spot. He will make his scheduled green flag stop here.
That's not going to shake the leaders. Adam Stevens, bottom left of your screen. I think this call is smart, Marty, but I don't think it will have the leaders come with him.
Boy, see, that was a late call from Adam Stevens, who was in the middle, but entering turn 3, and you heard the
Yeah, so we're past 4 hours on my stream. Oh, and Byron and Hamlin hit at the same time. So let's see who has the faster stop. This is crucial. And Byron's away. 9.1 seconds. And Hamlin's away. Oh, Byron's barely going to beat Hamlin out. But they're going to be side by side. But Byron barely gets ahead of Hamlin. Man, Byron really accelerated there.
Takes over the race lead. He'll still have to come to the pit lane. A number of other drivers behind him in that same position, but once it cycles through, these two will be 1-2. Here's 24 radio.
That's communication. Rudy Fuel to the spotter. Spotters will wave so you don't get run over. And he basically gave him the green light. If you see the 11 waving, we're coming with him. I love Rudy Fuel being direct, making that happen. Now it's a battle. Let's talk real quick about Keselowski, McDowell, Elliott, Jones, Ferry, Bush. What are they looking for? A yellow. They're trying to flip. Dale and I talked.
Yeah, like I said, Keselowski, McDowell, and Elliott trying to stay out for a yellow. And Tyler Reddick's got a penalty. Too fast exiting.
Had a great consistent year. He needs a win.
Well, Keselowski, think about where he is. I mean, a win would be monumental for this group.
See on the lower left of the screen, too fast exiting for the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Great night for the 45.
Yeah, you have to come to pit road, serve this penalty, and that'll probably ruin any opportunity to get results.
Look at these drivers that have cycled up inside the top 5. Eric Jones going to pit. Puts Kyle Busch up at 4th. Shane Van Gisbergen is there. Celebrate where they are, but realizing they're still going to need a trip.
Yeah, Byron's got a big gap on Hamlin now.
Byron is now 10th in the running order in front of Hamlin by that much.
And I really believe, even with a yellow, because I'm not sure these guys will hit, everybody in front needs to. This is it. 48 laps to go. We talked about how long the race is. We talked about everything that happened. The last night down pit road, if you can believe it, the two cars that are here, the 24 and 11.
Now I do hope a caution comes out.
Wait, Logano in 7th. Visbergen. Well, yeah. I know it's pissed off cycles, but that's crazy.
Yeah, they're praying for a yellow right now.
Yeah, they're probably they're gonna pit, or looking for a yellow, but it's crazy.
McDowell's pitting. I do like these graphics a lot better than I do Fox.
Hoping he can stay ahead of the 11. Let this cycle finish out. Great ad by Turner. Let's take another look at this. This is side-by-side post-pit stop. Byron and Hamlin. Hamlin is really kind of at the door of Byron as they leave pit road. But then when they get to that last yellow line, it's unbelievable the acceleration. Check this out, Dan. The 11 pulls out. The 24 is there. We've talked to some guys that look right here. I don't know if the 24 downshifts, grabs first, and then upshifts to second. But I mean, this is an impressive acceleration for the 24. Yeah, I was more impressed with the second half of that around toward the exit of 2, where it's really roughing the gaining speed right here. This part, right there, he's driving away. Look at it, he's struggling to be able to throttle up. 24 car gapped it right there, gets comfortable. Now he just has to focus on his lap. Every corner, making a perfect lap.
They say football games are one in the trenches, right? Offensive line versus defensive line. Adam. Cup Series races, they can be won on the final restarter in this, but maybe more than ever, they are one of the details. They're one of the smallest things. How much did William Byron study leaving pit road? Did he try and practice? Things we never see on a Saturday. Is that what makes the difference now that we're here?
Starting to see some of these guys up there make pit stops.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's now in the lead now. He's pitting.
Chase Elliott can take it over the top spot.
So is SVG.
Shane Van Gisbergen does the same.
Ty Gibbs is the only one saying out now.
Top 5, and eventually they will go back on point when everyone gets their service, Marty.
Hail Mary over for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson. They tried all they could. Chase said a couple runs ago, he said, I just need to be better on restarts tonight. 4 tires here. That in essence will hand the lead back to William Byron once Ty Gibbs comes out here in just a moment.
Ty, the last one, running it long. Everybody else has come down, made their pit stop under green.
If you're going to run this strategy, commit to it. Run until you need fuel. Because the longer you run, if the caution comes out, now the question is, Byron, Hamlin, Chastain, they may come and get tires again. It's been 10 laps. They might say, man, we got to have fresh tires. Somebody's going to pit. So I love the gamble and I love the all-in aspect, right? The 54 is trying everything. This traffic in front of the 24 is not what he wants to see, though. Then he's been matching lap times with the 24, but yeah, that's a lot of traffic for the 24 to get around. Allow Denny to close that gap just a little bit. There's Denny back there, top of the screen.
41 Cole Custer.
This will be a tough challenge for Denny because he's had the short run speed, but the 24's had the long run speed. So Denny's going to be asked to run it down and pass it when the 24's technically been the strongest.
Oh, that's it. Just run it down and pass it.
Can't tell if that's thunder or a car next to me. Like a loud noise. All right, 40 to go. Ty Gibbs trying to stay on strategy, hoping for a caution, but the others have stops right behind him.
The level of concentration over the long haul for William Byron on track. Been dominant tonight, leading 251 laps, sweeping the first three stages and now trying to close the deal.
Last lap, he was 2 tenths better than Denny, even going through that traffic. Almost 2 seconds between the two cars. I guess still.
Yeah, Hamlin's really far back. This is Byron's race if there's no caution.
Yeah.
54 off of turn 2. And you see the lap time, right? 31.80 to 37. So, he's losing well over a second a lap. The only way this pays off is that yellow. But there is a pathway. I can tell you, there is something they're looking for. They're looking for a yellow. Drivers have been behind the wheel for a long, long time, right? Maybe somebody will make a mental error, make a mistake.
Well, you get inside of 40 laps to go, and you get one caution, you might get 2, 3, or 4.
They say there's a chance that some will make it twice, but I don't see that happening this place.
Oh, here it comes. Why for the lead?
Yep. He's gone.
And Byron is skedaddle.
13 of William Byron's 14 wins have been with Rudy Hubel. They work together in the Truck Series. They have this understanding of one another. Tons of respect, tons of trust. They had a nice long conversation at a charity event I was at with William Byron after their disappointment at Darlington. Remember, they had that race won and a mistake on the green flag pit stop running a little too long cost them that. Him and Rudy had a little heart-to-heart about what went wrong, what he needed, what he didn't point fingers, just a heart-to-heart. And I think it only galvanized the relationship more. And then here it is, green flag cycle. You heard him yell to the spotter about where they're going to pit. You have to wonder if that Darlington loss gave them the confidence to execute as well as they did on this cycle tonight.
You talk about the missed opportunity at Darlington for William Byron. Who won that race? Denny Hamlin.
Oh, yeah. You know that better than me? That crew chief down there who got me, he knows how those go down.
It's funny. I was talking to Richard Hugel in the garage earlier today. I said, what do you think? He said, well, we got as good a chance.
Through top 10 as they run, we got Byron, Hamlin, Chastain, Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, Christopher Bell, and Ryan Preece.
Lap car of Austin Cindric.
Yeah, I think he had something mechanical go wrong earlier. That's why he's running back there.
Yeah, not much to report from William Byron right now. Just trying to be smooth on every lap that he can while taking care of the tires in case Denny Hamlin puts up a challenge here later.
Denny Hamlin sitting in second. And if you look at the larger picture for Brilliant Racing, Trevor, we've talked about their intermediate struggles. This was a massive step forward, especially for the 11 team. They had a terrific car at Kansas, had a mechanical failure. Denny Hamlin within range here. Still 34 laps to go, but a second and a half behind. Ross Chastain held out this evening for that one team. Fastest car in practice yesterday. They wrecked that car. Spent almost the entire evening. Only had 3 hours of sleep building this backup car, and they have driven it from 40th up to 3rd for Ross Chastain. This is a very positive sign for that race team. And Chase Briscoe speaking.
Yeah, that's the only driver that's actually been doing good for Trackhouse this year is Ross Chastain.
Did Suarez crash out?
Yeah, Suarez crashed out earlier. That's when Larson was collected and he was out as well.
And Ty Gibbs trying to make it last as long as he can. Just lost another spot to AJ Allmendinger. But if they get that
Kozlowski up to 7th. We saw him very deep in the field earlier, but he keep making this car better. If you remember, he was one of the last cars to pit in this last cycle. So he's gradually marching forward. He has a little bit better tires right now than anybody else. Right behind him, Austin Dillon, who's in a similar scenario. He started way back and worked his way forward. He's on the opposite section. The first car to hit pit road in this cycle, Marty.
Christopher Bell just passed Austin Dillon. Only 30 laps to go now.
There's gotta be caution. There's no way this goes forever. There's no way we get all 30 laps free.
Nice rebound by Michael McDowell. Remember, way earlier in the race, he missed his checkbox, had to come down a second time. They lost a ton of track conditions, so great rebound for them. I talked to Travis Peterson. He said, we used to come to 1.5 miles, and I felt like I had a tan behind my back. Now I feel great. I feel like we've got tons of diesel on the 1.5 miles right now, running top 10 for Michael McDowell.
Just outside the top 10, the 60 of Ryan Priest, the great first year with RFA continues. Had struggled early, had an issue on pit road. His tire turn actually struck by Ty Dillon. Yet they recovered. He's all the way back up to 11th, making the most of this opportunity, continuing a hot start.
And right behind him, Noah Braxton. Noah ran so well early in the race. They lost a little track position, trying to bring it home, though, this number 4. Noah's just been such a hard charger. Let's listen to Denny Hamlin, though.
All right, well, I'm giving it up there. We're totally screwed up on fuel here. None of us can't put any fuel in, so we got about 15 more we can go. We're going to run to the switch. Hopefully we catch a caution before.
Oh, Hamlin's not good on fuel. Yeah, this is Byron's race.
Did not go in. They did not get any fuel in the second can for Denny Hamlin. And you heard Chris Gale say we can only run 15 more laps, Steve. So that's the situation for Denny Hamlin. Either hoping for a caution or they're going to have a problem and have to come back down pit road.
All right, let's take a look at this pit stop. 2 cans. I've already said this whole strategy was to try to do it on 1 can. Hamlin comes in. Now he's a little long on the driver. Gas man slides to his left, plugs in. Everything looks good. Now we're going to plug the second can in. We're going to freeze it after it gets plugged in. Right there. Look at the mess. I'm going to zoom in. You see the fuel spilled out? Cans banged up against it.
Yeah, they did not get the fuel in on the second one.
He's giving it up, down. Stop there. The fuel is in the hose, right? If we back that up, this fuel should be in this air hose right here. I'm going to zoom in. Right here. Watch this clear hose. As he tries it one more time, you see fuel come up in there. That would say the car's full, or that would say that the plug on the drive brake is 180 degrees the wrong way.
And now Chastain's going to pass Hamlin for second. Chastain's finding something on his long run here.
We just need a caution.
How does it work? First of all, it's very hard to do. It's well over 100 pounds. It plugs very tightly from the female to the male side. There's a plunger on the car, a plunger on the can as well.
Well, there's one guy watching.
Everything happens at once. This is like the 80s, the old school can thing in the back of the car. We don't have that anymore. The yellow air.
What do you think of this race so far? Byron's just being dominant.
It's a good race. I just want a caution. I want a caution.
Yeah. I just want to see a race for the win, but Chastain has passed Hamlin. Can Chastain close the gap?
He's pulling a little bit.
Situation right here, losing tons of speed right there, getting tied behind the one car, but
and will Byron catch lap traffic? That's the question.
Flip it to the one switch and try to go to it, don't die gas. But he's got the fence just a little bit. See what Denny Hamlin was flawless all night long.
Oh, he hit the wall a little bit.
Late in part of this race, he gets thrown the challenge, and now look what's happening on the racetrack. Ready? Whoa! Holy!
Oh, that should have been a caution.
Wait, what? How's that not a caution?
Yeah, Reddick hit the wall right in front of Byron.
What?
How is that not a caution?
What? Okay. I don't know how the fuck that's not a caution. I don't know how that's not a caution, but okay. Okay, I guess. Okay, NASCAR.
That's why Chastain gained that time.
Oh, that's a caution. That's a caution.
Yeah. Hey, it's like NASCAR Heat 5. It doesn't throw the caution.
Bro, that's not a caution.
Well, look, Chastain's closing now.
3 or 4 hours of sleep, worked all night long on this car, delivered it, and here is this opportunity to win. In a year that has been down for
Here's Chastain is pulling. He's getting closer.
Hey, if Chastain is clutch and beats Byron, that'd be amazing.
Will Chastain have time to pass Byron?
Yeah. Well, he gained a 10th on Byron, and he's only got 21 laps. If he keeps gaining a 10th, he'll get there. But he's got to do it quick.
Oh, he's not too far. He's not super far.
Yeah. But Chastain's about... he was a 10th faster that lap, but the lap before he was 2/10 faster. I think that lap car kind of... I think Reddick wrecking in front of Byron kind of messed him up, and now is giving Chastain a chance.
He's gotta follow Williams' line. That's all. Just follow Williams' line.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. 6/10 now for Chastain. He's almost got it down to a half a second now.
He has 19 laps to do it. Logano's like gonna be the lap car right now.
Oh, and he's gonna be hard to pass.
Two lap cars. That's gonna affect Byron and help Chastain if they don't.
So don't let this fuel you. Byron comes alive on the long run, and usually he kind of struggles on the short run.
Yeah.
But just give me a little hope because Chastain's closing, and now Byron's having to deal with lap traffic.
Byron has a lot of lap cars.
It depends on who can get through lap traffic the best. And Chastain, even closer to William Byron. Oh, Ty Gibbs, because he pitted later.
What's Ty Gibbs doing?
He's trying to unlap himself.
Ty, just leave them alone.
Closer to this 24, then going to lose a little bit of that arrow, going to lose a little bit of that speed advantage. Almost puts it in the fence right there in the middle of 1 and 2.
Yeah, Chastain's now got it less than a half a second now. Oh, he's closing.
Oh, he's closing.
Oh, another lap car. Oh, look at Byron. He's slow on the straight. Chastain, this is close as he's been.
Chastain's there.
But Byron, veteran move, uses Todd Gilliland as a pick to try to slow Chastain down. But that's not going to work. Chastain's still about the same gap behind Byron.
2 miles away. Hendrick Motorsports has won the Coke 600 12 times, the most of anybody.
Oh, here comes Chastain. Byron's on the fence. And Chastain trying to cross over Byron. Chastain trying to go to the inside, but Byron blocks. Okay, here comes Chastain. What is he going to do? Decides to stay behind Byron. He's going to try to get a run out of 3 and 4. We got a race going on, guys. 14 laps to go. Chastain trying to win his first race this year. And not only his first race this year, but the Coca-Cola 600. Yeah, Byron is now mirror driving, kind of like he had to do with Hamlin earlier. Chastain's there. You just got to wait for the right moment for Byron to make a mistake. Or will Byron even make a mistake?
I don't think Byron's making a mistake. I hate to break it to you. I don't think he will.
Well, I mean, Logano's still ahead, though. The lap car.
Yeah, I don't know if William Byron is going to make a mistake. I think Chastain will make a mistake, and William Byron is going to.
Chastain still about 3/10 behind William Byron.
He's far. 12.
So, but he's not really picked it up. It's one car's lost his advantage. He's about another 3 or 4 tenths slower than he was running before he caught Byron.
That's why I mean Byron's just good on the long runs. And now Hamlin's pitting for fuel.
Hamlin on pit road, obviously running out of gas.
We talk so much about it. Miscues in this race, and it gets Denny Hamlin.
Oh, Chase Elliott's in 7th.
Back to 11 laps to go in the race.
Those drivers that pitted later are gaining time. They're not going to catch Chastain or Byron, though.
Look at the numbers. Laps led. Dominating night for the 24.
It's just Byron's so good out of turn 1 and 2. He's been like that this entire night.
They want to make sure if the one passes him, do it the hard way. Make him run the lower or bound up around the bottom. Right now, the 22, Joe Logano in front of the 24, but Byron is running that high line.
Yeah, Logano's running the high line.
And Logano is on the lead.
And Chastain's even more closer.
10 laps to go.
Would come out, might have something to say at the end of this race to gain some positions. We'll see how Logano races Byron as they close on him.
I'm sorry, Dale. Chastain has almost cooled this stuff a little bit. Remember that? So what time it went wrong? I think he heated his tires up. He feels like he's inching back in.
Look at that 22, though. Is that going to be a problem for either one of these guys as they close in? The 22 number.
Now, the gap's kind of plateaued now. It's been the same.
They'll start to affect this 24 car eventually in the next quarter or two. Williams doing a really good job backing up the entry. Really
9 to go.
One of them's going to hit the wall. I'm calling it. One of them's going to hit the wall.
keeping that one car out of striking distance.
Byron's either going to hit the wall, trying to stay ahead, or Chastain's going to try to hit the wall, getting there. Oh, Chastain's trying a different line. Oh, here comes Chastain.
What happens down here? I think the 22 was trying to get Williams top of the racetrack.
8 to go.
To the middle of the racetrack. 24 up high.
Oh, well, he's there.
Like, come on, Joey, just get out of the way. Come over.
Yeah, Logano's also Ryan Newman, which is really annoying.
I don't think Joey knows what lane to run to get out of the way. Yeah. Not really creating much of an opportunity yet for Chastain.
7 laps to go.
7 to go. Been racing for 4 hours and 20 minutes. And now you've got to execute.
Chastain trying to use every part of the track to try to catch up to Byron, but Byron's just as far as that strong.
Something drastic, I believe, to get this point. I think Chastain's used everything up. But look, the 24 trying to go low.
Oh, Byron got loose.
Right there. Chastain can't.
Oh!
And here comes Hamlin trying to get his lap back. Here comes Chastain
7 to go.
on the bumper. And now he's going to try to go to the inside. Going to try to slide up in front of Byron. Slide job! Slide job! What a slide job! Wow! What?
Let's go.
Chastain just pulled a slider on Byron. That's insane. I bet Dale Jr. even said the same thing, and I said it out loud.
5 to go.
5 to go. What a move. Oh, if Byron loses this race, he's going to be mad at Logano. Because Logano was just taking his line most of the time. Yo, that's insane. How did Chastain make that stick with those worn out tires?
I have no clue. It's just Logano's in the way of Byron.
Now he's going to be in the way of Chastain. Again, Chastain hang on to the lead for 4 laps.
I think he will. No, actually, I don't think so.
Oh,
I
boy.
expect the wall a little bit. Just a bit. Just a bit.
Look at that. Byron is... But see, Chastain gains time in 3 and 4, though. But Byron gains in 1 and 2. Another lap car.
Three
Three to go.
3 laps to go. 3 laps.
Oh, man.
Chastain. I really want Chastain to win this race. I really want Chastain.
What a heartbreaker for Byron if he loses after dominating most of this race. And Chastain. Oh, not a good corner for Chastain there. It's going to let Byron gain a little bit of time. 2 laps to go. Oh, we're going to have a great finish here.
Imagine a photo finish. That's not going to happen, I feel like. But like a photo finish would be crazy.
Byron is now only 3 car lengths behind Chastain. Can Chastain get a good corner? Byron trying to drive his car as hard as he can into the corner.
Because Byron, here comes Byron to the outside. No, but he's not going to be clear.
He closed it to 2 car lengths. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go.
Oh, boy. Can Chastain hang on 1 more lap for the number 1? Byron, strong in 1 and 2. Using it outside. Close to the wall. Trying to use everything he can. And he made a mistake into the wall. Ran out of room.
Chastain.
And Ross Chastain. Out of Florida.
Wait for it.
A watermelon farmer. It's going to come out of turn 4. And he's a winner of the Coca-Cola 600.
Coca-Cola 600.
Wow.
That was good. That was a good race.
That's crazy. Byron was getting there, but he hit the wall.
Let's go.
Wow. That was worth staying up late, honestly.
What time is it? It's already 10:58.
It's 9:57 for me.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, for you.
What a finish, honestly.
That was a good finish. That was a really good finish. Heartbreak for Byron after dominating for like the whole day.
Oh, he's probably going to go fight Logano, to be honest.
I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like he would confront him, most likely.
Yeah. We're going to see a watermelon smash now.
But as you said, an enormous victory tonight, getting it done.
Let's go, Ross.
Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you look at the stat, led 8 laps tonight. William Byron led 283. Swept the first 3 stages.
Yeah, what a race. That was insane. Second time this year, Byron's dominated a race and couldn't close it. He almost won Darlington, but pit stops got in his way. And then here, Chastain just had that never give up mentality and closed Byron in the last few laps. Hey, and we didn't have a caution either.
No, we didn't, yeah.
That made it even better.
Poor Byron.
Yeah, so Trackhouse finally breaks their losing streak. Yeah, the last time Chastain won was in Kansas last year in the fall.
Oh, he's going in reverse. Let's go.
That was a great finish. Oh, man. I'm going to get a clip of that, me saying slide job, slide job.
I might pre-order that diecast.
That is a cool looking paint scheme, but I've ordered too much, to be honest. Chase Elliott got a top 10, though. At least he didn't finish top 15.
Oh, look, Gisbury got a top 15.
Yeah, that's good.
Cody Ware, 25th.
And the good thing about SVG, he stayed on the main lap, the lead lap most of the time.
Poor horse Savard, 34th on horse Savard.
Yeah, let's see. Chase Elliott got 6. Noah Gregson got a top 10. Yo, this has to be one of the best races this year.
No, this was a really good race.
All right, now we're going to see that watermelon smash. Now all Chastain has to do is pass inspection, and he's a winner.
If he fails the suspension, I'm expecting whatever. I'm gonna cry.
Came close in 22. The one that got away comes back. Walked into the playoffs, too. Oh, yeah. He started last this race.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he started last and he finished first. That's more impressive.
From last to first.
Marty, I'm gonna soak this in. You should. Yes. When I left the shop last night, I went over, sat in this.
And not just that was a backup car.
It was about 10 o'clock when I left. They worked till 2:30.
His pit crew had to work till 2:30 in the morning. Get that back out there.
Little shower, I think. I don't even know if they slept back there at 5:30 to get this thing ready. And that's the dedication it takes from Trackhouse. There was people there that had their Saturdays off yesterday, and they came in. And for this jockey Chevy and the McRae family, they carry them.
What's he trying to do?
You got his picture. He was riding with me, Mr. McRae. His family's here in the valley, and mom and sister, brother. That's what this weekend's all about, is to think about and remember the ones that sacrificed so much for us. Alan East, my truck team owner, Marine veteran, is so happy to drive for him. Thought we were going to get one on Friday night, but for tonight, Trackhouse, Team Chevy, Bushlight, Moose, acceptance.
Honestly, that is a lot better race in the fact that those two cars were racing to the end instead of a caution.
Yeah.
Their dad told them a lot, and I got to tell you, I didn't feel much like a sponge tonight. I was rattling around out there, but to drive on that final run in the World 600 and pass two cars that have been way better all night. Phil Surgeon wanted me to pit 2 laps earlier. I went 2 laps longer just out of a little bit of confusion, and that paid off at the end.
I want to see what Byron. He's probably. I can tell he's really upset.
Holy cow, he just won the World 600!
Walk me through the highs and lows of the weekend, Ross, because you were in the turn 3 and 4 wall in the middle of practice, and then somehow you wind up in victory lane. How did you, first of all, get through that moment Saturday and then pull off the final pass on William Byron tonight?
But here's the thing about me as a racing fan. I always pull for the guy in second, unless it's Joey Logano. I always pull for the guy in second, unless Chase Elliott's in the lead. Oh, no. Is that true?
What?
So a guy told me to text that Phil Robertson from Duck Dynasty died today. Is that true? Let me look that up.
Last week, I guess, that's your watermelons you're getting right
Yeah, he died today at 79. Phil Robertson. Wow. That's actually kind of sad. My brother-in-law was really into Duck Dynasty.
But I passed it because my team went and built me a car, and they were there all night.
statement win for Trackhouse Racing and Ross Chastain. His first ever crown jewel.
I think he was battling with some type of cancer.
William, almost a perfect weekend here. You won the Xfinity race yesterday, led 283 laps, won 3 stages. Right at the end of it, 8 laps to go. What was going through your mind as you tried to form an attack and go after that one car there?
It was just defending, but it was just, yeah, I mean, he was catching me, and I was trying to just defend, and I was getting a little bit tight, so, and then just the scenario there with kind of the cars we were around, and it was tough. So, yeah, he got around me, was able to get to the bottom, and he cleared me off the 2, so disappointing, and just to lead that many laps, and such a great effort by our whole team, and yeah, I guess just could have anticipated that last round a little better. I ran in 30 air for a long time and heated my tires up. Then we lost a chunk of time in the 45, about crashed in front of us, and just yeah. So yeah, we'll just keep going and keep trying to put races together like that.
We saw you the last couple laps against the wall, trying to do everything you could there. You know, watching this weekend for you, this is a
Wow.
race. What did it mean for you?
Insane
to
race.
so many laps here at the 600, and again to win your first race here at Charlotte this weekend.
No, that wasn't the first time I finished top 15 at Noble. Last year, SVG finished 15th at Martinsville.
Just, a bummer, right? But try to learn from it, and yeah, it was tough there at the end. I mean, he was
Let's
catching me,
see.
trying to just defend and
Let's look.
Thanks, William.
How many cars finished on the lead lap?
Denny Hamlin finishes 16th after a fueling issue on the last stop, left him short of gas for the final run. Denny, how do you come to terms with that?
Only 17 cars finished on the lead lap. Logano was the last one on the lead lap.
Conversation with the team. What does the next week look like for you?
I mean, they're the pros. I mean, I'm not a big guy, but you know, I tried to do everything I could for the national Toyota team. We had a great car, fun battling up front. I mean,
Hamlin's probably mad at his pit crew because he didn't get the car fueled up. He would probably been there at the end too. Because Byron, for some reason, his car fell off at the end.
And Denny Hamlin does have the Xfinity fastest lap in the race. That gets him a driver's point. How about 4 consecutive top 5 finishes for Denny, followed by 4 consecutive outside the top 10. Coming up, extended post-race coverage. NASCAR Live from Victory Lane, presented by Mobile One. Danielle Trotta down there, Carl Edwards, Corey LaJoy.
Wow. Well, what a crazy race. And I'll be back.
Got a flat tire.
Yeah, he does after that burnout. But. All right, guys. Gonna get off of the stream. What a race. What a finish. Looked like Byron had it, and Ross Chastain just didn't give up from last to first in the Coca-Cola 600. What an impressive drive by him. It's a great 2 races today. So glad I stayed up late, and I'm glad I did these 2 streams. Although it wasn't really much people watching. Insane. So I'll see you guys at Nashville. I think when Nashville's on, yes. See you guys next week.
Nashville is also on